Chapter 221. In Rugi's sight, a sword light flashed from behind the cliff. It was not very fast, nor was it very powerful. The sword momentum was not very sharp. However, his mind could not control his body. In these 2 or 3 breaths, he could only watch as the flying sword pierced through his chest. He finally understood. From the beginning to the end, there was only one swordsman. It was this cigarette, but who had only practiced swordsmanship for 3 years. The other aura was not that of a person, but a flying sword that was flying into the air. Just based on this point alone, the sword cultivator had killed them 3 times. He finally understood what a real battle was, but it was too late. When darkness fell, he was still thinking, was it the sword that made the swordsman? Or was it the swordsman who made the sword? Why was it that he could not see such an extraordinary talent in battle in other orthodoxies? However, in Yellow Dog's eyes, it was a completely different scene. The swordsman stood with his hands behind his back, breathing deeply, as if the blood in the air was the best tonic. His body swayed slightly, as if he was enjoying the pleasure of killing this demon. Who would have thought that such a bright young cultivator would have such a cruel heart? He stood there in a daze, not daring to make a single move. He knew that he was the only witness, but the question was, would this demon kill him to silence him? After enjoying himself for a few breaths, the Shenyuan demon made a turn in the air, looking at the bodies falling down the mountain stream, and smiled at Yellow Dog. Sorry to trouble you to guide us for so many days, but this mountain stream doesn't seem very high, right? Then, he floated away. It took the Yellow Dog a full 10 minutes to regain full control of its body. It knew that it had dodged the attack. He had his own interpretation of the Shenyuan swordsman's last sentence. It was obvious that the reward for being a guide was from the remains of the 3 dead. There was one here, and there were 2 more behind the cliff. Yellow Dog Leftover suddenly realized that its luck seemed to be turning for the better. No matter how deep the stream was, he had to fall down and climb back up. No one could stop him. It took him an entire day to find all the storage rings of the 3 cultivators. Fortunately, this place was deserted and no one came to disturb him. In fact, he didn't know if he had missed anything. Anyway, with his ability, this was the best he could do. A total of 9 storage rings. What made him embarrassed was that he couldn't open a single one. There were 2 paths in front of him. The first was to keep it for himself, and the second was to find the Shenyuan swordsman and let him take charge of it. He wanted to see how many benefits he could get. As the reward for being a guide, even a few spirit stones were a lot. This was the reason why he was hesitant. After struggling for a while, he still chose to look for the swordsman. It was not that he could withstand the test of resources, but that he could not open the storage rings of these Foundation establishment cultivators in a short period of time, let alone know if there were any traps in them. He still had his parents and elders. He had already put them in danger once. He didn't want to do it again. At the very least, he no longer had the burden of debt. He didn't need to take the biggest risks for everything. After this change, he found that he had no room to struggle in front of a real cultivator. The so-called struggle for life was so laughable. The cruelty of the cultivation world was far beyond his imagination, just like the masters of the 3 major sect. So what if he had the ability? If he was careless, he would be slaughtered like a dead dog. Lu Xiaoyi returned to his own inn, but he knew that he couldn't stay here for a month as he had expected. Now that 7 days had passed, he had to leave after 3 days at most. Wushang's reaction might not be so fast. The mountain was high and the road was long, but Wn Jingliu was different. After all, he was only in the early stage of Foundation establishment. He didn't have the strength to wait here for Wushang and Wn Jingliu to challenge him one after another. His plan was built on tactics, not strength. He was well aware of this. If he left, he might not be a coward. If he stayed, he might not be a hero. He wouldn't do things for reputation. That was not his style. There were people from the Deshun Bank keeping an eye on the inn, so as soon as he returned, the Tian family head rushed over and said, "Disaster. It's a disaster, it's a disaster. Master Yang, those 3 Taoists want to harm you. What should we do? If you leave, what should we do?" Lu Xiaoyi looked at him. He didn't know whether this old fellow was sincere or not, but he had his own way of dealing with it. I've already met them, but I still have to thank you. Even if your news came a bit late. The Tian family head had an expectant look. You've met them? How was the discussion? Did everyone shake hands and make peace? Can our bank? Lu Xiaoyi interrupted his fantasy. I estimate that the three of them are talking to the King of Hell right now, so I'm preparing to run away. As for you, old Tian, you can continue to dawdle until someone comes to cause trouble for the Deshan Bank. You can place your hopes on Daoist Wang. Maybe he can shoulder the burden for you. The Tian family head fell down on his butt. He didn't understand. How could there be blood here? How could this develop into an unsalvageable situation? Lu Xiaoyi lightly said, the matters of the world of cultivation have nothing to do with you. This is the general direction, but if you still have delusions and dawdle here, waiting for the light to shine at the end of the tunnel, I can't guarantee that no one will come to cause trouble for you. Do as you see fit. This is the last time I will help you. If a family clan is too greedy and doesn't know when to back down, then no one can save them. The Tian family head left in a daze. Now, the Tian family had to accept that they had no cultivators to protect them. This was a cycle of reincarnation. From the beginning of cultivation until the end of cultivation, it wasn't just the Tian family. There were countless families like this throughout the 5 ring continents. Because of the rise of someone in their family, they would prosper, and because of the death of that person, they would decline. If they could accept this, they would continue to live. If they couldn't, then they would fall apart. On the evening of the second day, a figure quietly entered his room. A total of 9 storage rings. The rest are personal clothes. I have already buried them so that they won't be eaten by beasts after death. Lu Xiaoyi wasn't pretentious. He wasn't the kind of person who would fight over a small amount of money just because someone paid him a small amount of money. You stay away. The yellow dog retreated to the wall until he couldn't retreat any further. He had already realized something, but he still didn't know what it was. Lu Xiaoyi swung his spirit and slammed it into one of the storage rings. With a bang, the storage ring burst into a ball of light. Everything in the ring disappeared, leaving nothing behind. The yellow dog saw it clearly from the corner of the wall. Cold sweat flowed down his back. Although the power of the storage ring was limited, if it was close enough, even with his qi refinement stage cultivation, he wouldn't be spared. Lu Xiaoyi glanced at him. This is the rule of the world of cultivation. Don't take all the benefits for yourself. You can't take all the benefits, and you can't enjoy all the blessings. You can only go further if you know how to share. Chapter 222. 5 out of the 9 storage rings were destroyed. Needless to say, the remaining 4 must belong to Yi Sheng and Ming Mu. They hadn't been in the sect for long enough, so they didn't have enough money to use these storage rings. To Lu Xiaoyi's surprise, the 4 storage rings dropped a lot of things. There were more than 600 mid-grade spirit stones, and there were also some random things, including a few low-level magic tools, jade slips, and so on. This was normal. Shenyuan sword sect's welfare was average, and it couldn't be compared to a well-known Taoist sect like Wushang. Even he could earn 200 spirit stones a year, so it was normal for these two to save up so many spirit stones. They were used to living a hard life in their original world, so they knew how to save money. They weren't like most of the local cultivators who lived on borrowed money. Lu Xiaoyi divided the items into 2 piles, and he didn't count them in detail. Pick a pile and go your way. Yellow Dog didn't expect such a result. This was a huge sum of money for him. He wanted to decline, but he couldn't. He needed these spirit stones too much for his future. He wanted to thank him, but after a few days of interaction, he already understood the character of the cultivator in front of him. He didn't like to dawdle and act pretentiously. He didn't say much and knelt down to pay his respects. Then he picked up a pile and went out. He had already thought it through. He would pay back the debt to Deshan first, and then he would leave with his parent. Master was right. He couldn't enjoy all the blessings. Since Master had shared the blessings with him, he must pay back what he owed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at ease. Lu Xiaoyi didn't have anything else to worry about. He went out of the window and saw that the direction of Deshun was brightly lit. People were shouting and horses were neighing, as if they were fleeing for their lives. It seemed that Master Tian finally understood the key point and began to disperse. If he could make such a decision, there was still hope. Lu Xiaoyi took advantage of the night to fly out of Minzhou City. He had his own plan on how to go back. Going back in a straight line was the usual way of swordsmen, but he wasn't fast enough. They could only take a detour. Although it was further away, it was impossible to track them down. Shenyuan swordsman's so-called creed, he did not take it to heart. His life was more important, so why was he pretending to be a hero? He had already chosen his path. In fact, it was like a bow. When he came, he walked on the bowstring, and when he returned, he walked on the body of the bow. He took a slight detour, but this detour made it impossible for others to guess. There were countless choices, and it was impossible to chase after him. After all, this was the western regions where Shenyuan was in charge. It was impossible for Wu Shuang to send a lot of Zhuji to look for him. Although Wn Jingliu was also a landlord, he was still weaker than Shenyuan. He could do it in private, but he wouldn't do it openly. This was just a precaution. Just like how Rugi and the others judged that Shenyuan would not react to the death of his cigarette butt, the deaths of these three people might not cause an excessive reaction from Wu Shang and Wn Jingliu. They were just small characters. Whether they could be noticed or not depended purely on the rotation of the fate compass. But to them, this was everything. Since he had chosen to take a longer detour, of course, he couldn't rush through the journey in a hurry. If he flew through the air, it was equivalent to telling others that he was running. If he took a longer detour, he had to take a longer detour. He had to be comfortable, relaxed, and careless. Lu Xiaoyi loved this kind of state the most. There was no psychological pressure, no clear mission direction, no deep hatred, and no one that he had to rush to meet. It was as if the whole world didn't know him, and he was just looking at it from an outsider's point of view. When the official road was clear and direct, he would usually choose to ride a horse or follow a caravan. Only when he encountered mountains, rivers, and natural moats, where he had to take a big detour to follow the pace of mortals, would he choose to use the cultivator's method. This way, he could fully appreciate the local customs of the Fifth Ring Road and not waste too much time. He had always had a small regret. When he was in the lower 3 stars, he had never really had a relaxing trip since he transmigrated. Most of the time, he was bored in Pu City and the Gobi Desert. The few times he went out, he had a clear goal. He was in a hurry, so he didn't have time to see the people and scenery around him. Now, he didn't have the chance to see them. Now that he was in the Fifth Ring Road, he wanted to make up for this regret. Moreover, this was also a kind of cultivation. Most of Lu Xiaoyi's life philosophy came from his previous life. In the lower 3 stars, he had limited contact with the world, so he was lacking in this aspect. The sooner he entered the mortal world, the better. If he became a half immortal and then entered the mortal world, it would be a game, not an experience. The key was that in interacting with mortals, he could find a lot of fun that he couldn't find in the cultivation world. He really enjoyed this kind of fun. In the lower stars, he had lost all his family and friends. It was as if he had lost interest in exploring the entire star field. However, this was the 5th ring. It was a new world, a grander and more magnificent world. He hoped that he could have a new beginning, new friends, and a new home. This was what he had to do. Even if his heart was still lonely, he had to do it on the surface. This would allow him to live longer. This was a free trip. Sometimes he rode alone, sometimes he traveled with a caravan, sometimes he walked with a few monks, sometimes he rode with a few young heroes. Along the way, he experienced the people, historical relics, and cultural heritage of the Fifth Ring Road. He gradually found that there was a gap in the history of the Fifth Ring Road. Less than 20,000 years ago, the history of the Fifth Ring Road had undergone earth-shaking changes. Everything before was very vague, as if it was a blank. Only after that did everything bloom. He was not a mortal. When he was in the sect, he had dabbled in the history of the sect. He knew that this was actually the history of the invaders. Almost all of the middle-sized sects and above in the Fifth Ring Road were outsiders. They were once the tyrannical forces of the three major galaxies. The Zhuoju Galaxy, the Gemini Galaxy, and the Great Thousand Corridor were the forces of these three galaxies that rebuilt the Fifth Ring Road, forming a very diverse cultural heritage. It was not only integrated with each other, but also independent. Every place he passed by had a new experience. This was very interesting. This was a galaxy that was rebuilt by the invaders. It was just that too much time had passed. In the past 20,000 years, not to mention mortals, even high-level cultivators had changed several times. Who could still remember who was the master of the Fifth Ring Road 20,000 years ago? He spent more time riding alone. During this time, he would not find a town to rest. Instead, he would cultivate in the wilderness. Because the direction of his cultivation was more towards the stars, his cultivation process did not have the unique aura of a swordsman, unless he used his flying sword. However, on the way back, he no longer carried the sword case. Since he was going back secretly, he could not use the name of a swordsman. A month later, in a quiet valley, Lu Xiaoyi, who had finished his cultivation, finally released his flying sword. A month had passed, and he no longer needed to be cautious. In such a vast region, unless a high-level cultivator deliberately searched for him, it was impossible for a Foundation establishment cultivator to find his whereabout. It was also time for him to practice his sword. He had not used his sword for a month, and had not even nurtured it. He felt a little rusty. He still lacked the aura of a swordsman. He could not live and die with the flying sword. However, when the flying sword came out of the sword case, he immediately felt something different. Chapter 223. P.S. Begging for monthly votes, begging for subscriptions, begging for everyone's support for my new book. A feeling came from the flying sword. It was no longer a simple flying sword, but it contained a kind of emotion. Lu Xiaoyi immediately realized that the Four Seasons sword had given birth to a sword spirit. The flying sword was as vigorous as a dragon in the valley, spiraling up and down, as if it was venting its dissatisfaction from being trapped for a month. Although it was the most basic awakening of the sword spirit, it couldn't be compared with the previous awakening of the sword spirit. The maximum distance of the flying sword suddenly increased from 100 feet to 200 feet. Regardless of power or speed, there was a qualitative improvement in all aspect. Especially control. This was because the flying sword was no longer an inanimate object, but a sword spirit with basic instincts to control it. He no longer needed to exert effort to control it, but only needed to issue a simple command, and the sword spirit would complete the specific movements of the flying sword. This feeling of controlling the sword made one feel relaxed and happy, as if there was nothing that could not be done. After a long time, Lu Xiaoyi, who was still not satisfied, pressed the Four Seasons sword back into the sword box and began to think about why this thing had undergone such a huge change. It was harder for a flying sword to give birth to a sword spirit than for a cultivator to become a high-level cultivator. Under normal circumstances, the whole process was a long period of contact between the cultivator and the flying sword, almost inseparable from the person's back, unpredictable life and death battles, daily contact with the flying sword, and after hundreds and thousands of years of communication, there was a small chance that the flying sword would give birth to a sword spirit. In the history of Shenyuan Sword School, there had never been a Foundation establishment cultivator who had successfully cultivated a sword spirit. This was because they did not have enough time to nurture their flying sword. Was there such a person in Jindan? Not sure. Even if there were, they would be extremely rare and outstanding individuals. Only when one reached Yuanying would a sword spirit gradually appear. This was also one of the most important factors to measure the strength of an external sword Yuanying. Then, on what basis did he, a newcomer who had only practiced the sword for 3 years, and was even somewhat inexperienced, have the qualifications to obtain a sword spirit? With Lu Xiaoyi's character, he did not believe in miracles. Even if there was a miracle, why should it fall on his head? It was supposed to be a free trip, but because of the appearance of the sword spirit, he was pleasantly surprised and began to worry. He had to figure out the origin of the sword spirit. How did it come into being? Along the way, He had been thinking about this question. He had to carry the sword sheath on his back because only by continuously communicating with this newborn sword spirit would he be able to slowly discover the truth. However, to his disappointment, the Four Seasons sword spirit was now like a 1-year-old child. It had no way of communicating with him at all. For example, where did you come from? How was it generated? When was it formed? It did not know anything at all. It only had its own instincts, the instincts of the sword. Everything else was still in the process of learning. Moreover, this learning process was abnormally slow, far slower than a normal human child. Lu Xiaoyi had changed from a happy traveler to a traveler with a heavy heart. He had no choice but to slowly sort out the recent events that had happened to him in order to determine the origin of the sword spirit. He had to do this, because this was the key to mass-producing flying swords with sword spirit. The good news was that he had finally found a swordsman's style that belonged solely to him. His persistence had finally paid off. The bad news was that he did not know the reason behind it. If he could not find the reason behind it, he would not be able to realize his dream. It was like a carrot hanging in front of a donkey. You could see its bright colors and smell its sweet fragrance, but you could not bite it. He roughly believed that there were a few possibilities for the birth of a sword spirit. The first possibility was the material of the sword embryo. Could it be that the sword embryo he had bought had gradually produced a sword spirit after being shelved for a long time? And then he, Lu Xiaoyi, would meet it by chance. This was the result he was most unwilling to face. If that was really the case, it meant that it could not be replicated. In theory, it was not very possible because of the material. An inner sword pill and an outer sword flying sword were two different concepts. An inner sword pill was in a specific space, such as the small world of the sword tomb in Shenyuan. There was no human interference during the entire process. After a sword spirit was formed into a sword pill, it would undergo a two-way choice with a human. In fact, sword pills were very picky and proud. This was why there were countless failures that became outer sword. An outer sword spirit was completely different from an inner sword pill. It was almost born under the accompaniment of a human. Not only in battle, but also in daily life of cultivation. This was the purpose of carrying a sword case. How was it a sword case? It was more like a baby nurturing box. It could be said that the outer sword flying sword's sword spirit could be understood as the projection of a swordsman's spiritual will on the flying sword. After a long period of perseverance, it would form a sword spirit that completely belonged to oneself. The relationship between an inner sword pill and its master could be a friendship or a father-son relationship. This kind of sword spirit was more intelligent and independent. Occasionally, it could even throw a tantrum. After its master left, it would regain its freedom and return to the world until it disappeared. The outer sword spirit and its master's relationship was a twin. The coexistence relationship was like the relationship between your brain and your hand. This kind of sword spirit was less flexible and independent, but its obedience was unparalleled. When its master died, it would die the moment it died. Therefore, a flying sword with a sword spirit could not be passed to others. Even if a father passed it to his son, or a master passed it to his disciple, it would not work. This was because the sword spirit would not recognize it. It was because of these reasons that Lu Xiaoyi did not think that this sword embryo sword spirit had its own consciousness and coincidentally met him. He felt that the sword spirit would completely carry out his orders. Its characteristics were exactly the same as those sword spirits that had been nurtured for hundreds of years. The second possibility was because of the cultivation technique. Sword Song of the Four Seasons. Perhaps this was a great secret hidden among the thousands of swordsmanships in the outer sword. The sword technique with the lowest level and the lowest ranking was actually the best sword technique in the entire Bo Tower. It was able to nurture a sword spirit in advance. This was in line with the style of biographies and novels. It was also in line with the wishes of people who sought to reap without sowing. It was also the charm of cultivation. But was it possible? Tens of thousands of swordsmen, including the experienced and knowledgeable elders and high-level cultivators, could only watch as a sword technique that could change the history of the outer sword technique was placed in the sword turtle tower and collected dust. The sword song of the 4 seasons was actually a 5-layered sword array. Could it be that the 5 elements could stimulate the spirit? It did not make sense. The third possibility was the chasing luck in his sea of consciousness. This was the only cheat he knew of. It was basically useless and lifeless. No matter how he flipped it or stimulated it, there was no reaction. He really could not see the connection between it and the sword spirit. In the countless times he had used the flying sword, the sword spirit and the chasing luck did not have any interaction. The last possibility was the pearl left behind by senior brother Gu Bei. He had indeed used it in battle. It was the soul fighting technique he had used against Ru Gui. This had given him a few precious breaths of time. Could it be that because of this, it coincided with some kind of heavenly axiom condition and stimulated the birth of the sword spirit? Chapter 224. Lu Xiaoyi continued to experiment and move forward in this confusion. His flying sword was getting sharper and sharper, but he was still confused about the birth of the sword spirit. This confusion accompanied him for more than half a year. He had already passed the center of the hunchback and was approaching Shenyuan. The current situation was that if someone wanted to intercept him, it would be easier. However, he had already entered Xuanyuan's sphere of influence. He realized that someone was following him. It was a very clever tracking. He could feel that someone was behind him, but he couldn't find his specific location. This was an inconceivable thing to him. His spiritual power was strong, and his divine sense could cover a wide area. However, it was obvious that the other party's spiritual power was stronger than his. Therefore, he was within the range of the other party's divine sense, but his divine sense couldn't cover the other party. Who was it? Was it Jin Dan? Did the Supreme or Wanjing sect's Jin Dan dare to behave atrociously in Xuanyuan's sphere of influence? Did he break the rules? He valued spiritual power very much. In his opinion, if a cultivator's spiritual power was strong, then he wouldn't be weak in other aspect. He set up a few mazes, turned around to intercept, hid, and suddenly changed directions. However, none of them succeeded. This person's strength did not lie solely in his spiritual power. At the very least, he had experience in traveling the world and was very good at using spells. The only reason Lu Xiaoyi was able to notice him was because of the faint trace of his spiritual power that shrouded him intermittently from afar, causing him to feel some kind of malicious gaze. He even rested for several days in a place where he ate, drank, and played in a certain city. He would suddenly rush out in the middle of a good night, hoping to discover that mysterious presence. Unfortunately, he never succeeded. When he couldn't take it anymore and left the city, that presence faintly appeared again. Although he didn't show up and didn't fight, Lu Xiaoyi knew that he wasn't a match for him. After many fruitless efforts, he chose to continue his journey. He was very clear that with the other party's strength, even if he flew at full speed, he wouldn't be able to escape. On the contrary, he might even provoke the other party. If it was an enemy, if it was an avenger from Wanjing's sect, why didn't he choose to make a move now? Why did he drag it out from behind? Between the various sects, there was a kind of face-slapping called a naked face-slapping. Even if I don't kill you outside, I'll kill you in your own territory. This was confidence in his own strength, and also a blatant provocation. Most people wouldn't be so crazy, but this didn't include those who were truly blessed by the heavens, those who stood at the top of the food chain, those who were genius in spell techniques, body cultivation maniacs, internal swordsmen. Currently, Lu Xiaoyi's position was still within the sphere of influence of other sects under Xuanyuan's influence. He had yet to truly enter the sphere of influence of Xuanyuan's sword faction. If Lu Xiaoyi's guess was correct, this person should be waiting for him to truly enter the sphere of influence of Shenyuan before making a move. This was going to be another classic in the battle between a Dharma cultivator and a swordsman. The awkward thing was that he didn't have any good ideas about this. Counting his trump cards, he definitely couldn't use his mental strength, and his battle tactics might not be as good as his opponent's. If he really had to look into it, he didn't know if the 4 Seasons sword, which had just given birth to a sword spirit, could be counted as one of them. He was still skeptical. He didn't have the fearless temperament of a Shenyuan swordsman, who would rather die than fight with others. This person was very strong, and couldn't be compared to the 3 cultivators in Minzhou City. Putting aside his life to talk about temperament, he was just a hooligan. After thinking about it, there seemed to be only one thing left in his arsenal, the divine concealment technique. As a newbie who had only entered the sect for 3 years, he indeed had pitifully few tricks up his sleeve. This wasn't his fault. In fact, every newbie like him was like this. He could be considered to have some tricks up his sleeve, and his mental strength could definitely be considered as his trump card. However, compared to a cultivator who had cultivated for more than 100 years and whose abilities were among the best, this bit of ability of his was somewhat insufficient. At his current level, the cultivators he came into contact with were unaccomplished cultivators like Jiyu Bei and Rugi, as well as newbies like Sheng Yi and Ming Mu. This was originally the normal path of cultivation, but he had made an abnormal kill, which naturally attracted the attention of higher-level cultivators. In the end, he had brought this upon himself. He had to make a decision as soon as possible. The closer he was to Shenyuan, the less space he had to move around. In order to achieve his goal, he began to consciously walk through the city more often, because he could meet more cultivators here. The wilderness was too vast, and the chances of meeting cultivators from other orthodoxies weren't high, let alone the swordsman. Moreover, he had never met them before, so what right did he have to ask for their help and involve them in this matter? He had never realized that although he didn't have the courage of a swordsman, he had the arrogance of not asking for help for anything. He solved his own problems on his own. This was a habit he had developed after drifting in the universe for countless years, and it was also something he had always insisted on in his original world. Even now, nothing had changed. He still hadn't found the right opportunity. The cultivators he often met along the way seemed to have collectively disappeared. He couldn't see them in the sky, nor could he see them in the city. He couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi didn't know that a large sect nearby was holding a Dharma assembly. It was said that there would be an expert's speech, a powerful cultivator's performance, and many other benefits. This was a Dharma assembly aimed at low-level cultivators, so most of the wandering Foundation establishment cultivators had rushed over, and the whole area seemed empty. Without his peers, his plan couldn't be carried out. He couldn't do anything by himself, no matter what. Until he saw that clean city again, Haluo City. The reason he returned to his old path was that he felt that there was no need to go around in circles, since he had already been caught. He might as well just fly straight to Shenyuan, which would be much more enjoyable. After wandering around Haluo City, luck finally came to him. His chance had come. He found a decent restaurant and treated himself well. In the next 2 months, he might not have the chance to leisurely eat and drink. The night slowly deepened. 2 silhouettes stood quietly on the tallest building in Haluo City, a wooden pagoda of a Daoist temple in the city. Their gazes were fixed on the brightly lit areas of the city. Usually, there wouldn't be any businesses in such a lively place at night other than entertainment venues. That brat ran away quickly. We only just discovered him and let him run into the city. Otherwise, if we stopped him outside, the 2 of us would have already started our journey back, right? One of the cultivators snorted coldly. The other cultivator laughed. His starlight guidance can't fool us. It's him. So what if he hid in the city? Won't he never come out? Or will he ask Shenyuan for help? We'll wait for him for 3 days. If he doesn't come out in 3 days, I'll go in and drag him out. Using mortals as a cover, if news of this were to spread, where would Xuanyuan's face be? A 3-year-old swordsman. We can control the power of our spells, but he might not be able to control the damage of his flying sword. If he really did hurt mortals, it's most likely him. Chapter 225. In the 5th ring, the cultivation world didn't care much about battles and killings between cultivators, but the relationship between cultivators and mortals was very important. No matter what the reason was, once a mortal was harmed, the punishment would be very severe. Of course, mortals who actively sought death were exceptions. But if it was a battle between cultivators like them, if the battlefield was set in a city, unless no one ever found out, it would be a serious crime. This was also the reason why they were unwilling to act rashly even though they knew that the target had entered the city. They were afraid of accidents, so the best method was to wait for the target to leave Haluor. The two of us are quite lucky to be able to intercept him in Haluor, but the other brothers are in trouble. They've made a wasted trip, and they might even encounter other swordsmen. If you ask me, we should have moved the location a bit closer to the center of the city and killed Xuanyuan's prestige. We should have let them know that swordsman isn't the number one in the world. Look at them, their eyes are growing on top of their heads. Of course, this was just to boost their courage. If they really had such thoughts, they wouldn't have set the location at Haluor City, which was still 2 months away from the dome. The other cultivator had been very careful and had never relaxed his surveillance of that person. Although he couldn't see with his eyes, for a super-large Orthodox Daoist sect like Wushang, there was no shortage of special cultivation methods. With their identities as senior Foundation establishment cultivators, they didn't lack method. Moreover, that brat didn't seem to be deliberately hiding. It seemed that now that they were close to the dome, their vigilance had dropped a lot. This was good news. This brat, he went to the turbid hall area after eating and drinking to his heart's content. The other cultivator sneered, Shenyuan swordsmen are all like this. They cultivate the sword, not morality. They don't have any sense of propriety, justice, integrity, or shame. I really don't know how they managed to bring out swordsmen, but junior brother Rugi is also a good-for-nothing. The three of us surrounded one person, and we were all wiped out. No one would believe this. Otherwise, Martial Uncle wouldn't have sent us out. It's really a disgrace. The two of them seemed to be chatting happily, but in fact, their attention had been focused on the faint fluctuation of spiritual vigor in the entertainment area of Haluor City. They were both Foundation establishment veterans with rich combat experience. Both of them were in the late stage of Foundation establishment. Although they were not at the top of the group of Supreme Foundation establishment, they were still the backbone figures. They were not comparable to Ryu Gui, who was not proud of himself. This time, they came to Thousand View Stream to have an exchange between the low-level disciples of the two sects. This kind of exchange was very common in the Fifth Ring, but they didn't expect that Rugi and the other two would die at the hands of a swordsman who had only been in the sect for 3 years. It was really a slap in the face, and because of the anger of the crowd, the story of how they split up to intercept Rugi was born. Lu Xiaoyi's analysis was actually correct, but he forgot that to cultivators, face was often more important than life. On the watchtower of the southern gate, there was also a figure quietly standing there. He was wearing a white robe and had nothing on him. This was very rare among Foundation establishment cultivators, and it meant that he was extremely confident in his own strength. He had been following that person for almost a month. Although it was boring, it was also a test of his tracking ability. He had to admit that this person was very difficult to deal with. His strength was trash, but he was as cunning as a fox. Even with his ability, he almost gave himself away a few times. He didn't like this kind of mission. He hoped that it would end soon so that he could do something more meaningful. In a certain remote courtyard in Haluor City, 5 Foundation establishment cultivators were in the midst of preparing themselves. The leader of the group was constantly reminding them, "Junior brothers, although the Lake Mountain Spiritual Conference is in full swing, there are always some shady people who ignore the rules and treat the rules of our righteous law sect as a joke. They take pride in being able to stay in Haluor City. It's as if they have gained a lot of face. Let's do the opposite. We have to catch them at the scene tonight and properly sweep away the face of these shameless people. We have to let them know that the rules of our righteous law sect are not for them to hear, but for them to see." His junior martial brothers agreed one after another. The leading cultivator continued, "That's right. Because there are only a few people, we don't need to arrange too many people. I have already made a promise with martial uncles. This time, the few of us will be responsible for the inspection. Everyone, be careful. If there are any mishaps and we can't even complete such a small task, none of us will have a good time in front of martial uncles." Everyone agreed in unison. The Righteous Law sect's night inspection was not done every day. Usually, it was done once a month. No one would place the sect's main focus on this, but occasionally, there would be a sudden inspection, depending on the situation. Marshal Uncle Jin Dan did not follow every inspection. After all, the people who came here for fun were basically all Foundation establishment cultivators. Jin Dan rarely appeared. As soon as he heard the slightest movement, he would immediately run away to avoid any awkwardness. Regarding this, the Righteous Law sect did not care. This time, it was considered a sudden inspection. Because the number of cultivators in Haluor City had decreased recently, they did not need to use too much strength. 5 Foundation establishment cultivators were enough. Everyone knew the rules of Haluor City. No one would really fight over this matter. Basically, they would laugh and accept their punishment. It was also because of the unique rules of Haluor City that it attracted many unruly cultivators from the 5th ring. They would take pride in being able to spend the night here and play hide-and-seek with the Righteous Law sect cultivators. This would give them something to talk about. It was very annoying for the Righteous Law sect cultivators. The 5 people went out in a single file. They did not fly because it would be easy to expose their whereabouts. Instead, they walked forward. Halfway through, they tacitly split up and blocked the several entrances and exits of the area. They were very familiar with this. There was no need for command. Everything was done in an orderly and strict manner. This was only an extremely ordinary inspection. After finishing, they could go back and cultivate a few cycles. Lu Xiaoyi strolled through the night of Haluor City. The city was clean, but because of the strict control of all aspects, it lacked the liveliness of other cities. There were no hawkers walking the streets, no bustling crowds, and of course, no thieves. There were no melons or candy pits all over the ground. Everything was like this. There were pros and cons. It all depended on how you chose. The only hawker in his line of sight was an old man selling candied hawthorns. Obviously, he was forced by life and had no choice but to take the risk to walk the streets. However, since very few people came out, his business was naturally not very good. There were still more than half of the candied hawthorns on the straw target. According to the current situation, he feared that he would not be able to sell them all tonight. Lu Xiaoyi took out a piece of loose silver and handed it over. However, the old man clearly did not have change. Although it was only a piece of silver, it was enough to buy several of his candied hawthorns. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and shook his head. He took the straw target and slung it over his shoulder. Amidst the old man's endless gratitude, he took one of the candied hawthorns and placed it in his mouth to lick. The taste was not bad. It was sweet and sour. After turning 2 corners, there were actually 2 small customers who ran over to take care of his business. He stuffed 2 skewers into each person's hands and walked forward happily. When he passed by a dark corner, he quickly changed into civilian clothes. At the very least, he didn't look like a cultivator at first glance. Soon, they arrived at the entertainment street. They stuck the straw target into the ground and opened their mouths to shout. Righteous Law Sect Night Inspection. Unrelated mortals, step aside. Chapter 226. With this roar, the entire street immediately fell into chaos. Mortals didn't care, but the scattered cultivators were different. Whether or not they could successfully escape the punishment of the Righteous Law sect was something they could brag about. Qi refining cultivators didn't dare to move, but Foundation establishment cultivators were prepared. 3 silhouettes immediately flew out of the window after a certain vile voice sounded. They flew in different directions like rainbows, like roaming dragons. At the same time, Lu Xiaoyi activated his divine concealment technique and began to slowly leave the area at the pace of an ordinary person. He was like a normal person who saw cultivators fly into the sky and burrow into the ground. He was both surprised and indifferent. The approaching Righteous Law sect cultivators were very surprised to see 3 auras spreading out in all directions. They knew that they had been defeated. This was not something new during night patrols, so they split up to intercept them. In River Luo City, This kind of interception was basically just for show. It was a competition of speed, and neither side would beg for mercy. The seeking spring cultivators would not offend a local tyrant like the righteous law sect over such a trivial matter, and the righteous law sect would not harm the escaping cultivators over such a trivial matter. But this time, it was different. Because there were still several auras rapidly approaching. 2 of them came from the Daoist temple in the city, while the other came from the city gate. Unlike the cultivators in the entertainment area who had a game mentality, these 2 auras were purely for battle. Because they were all well-known figures who had grown up in the cruel competition of the 5th ring, the candid hawthorn seller looked at the sky with the attitude of watching a show, but he discovered that his shout had called out even more people of unknown origin. According to his judgment, it should be a few panicked seeking spring cultivators and another mysterious person who had been watching him for a month or so. But now, there were 2 more groups. One group was still within reason as the righteous law sect cultivators came out to enforce the law, but the other group came out of nowhere. He still hadn't figured out what was going on below, but a fierce battle suddenly broke out in the sky. At this time, no one cared whether they were in the sky above a mortal city or not. When it came to life and death, the essence of a cultivator was undoubtedly exposed. The cultivators flying from the Daoist temple continuously used spells. One was as fiery as a torch, the other was as cold as frost. But fortunately, they hadn't completely lost their minds and only used single target spells, not area of effect spells. The reason why they didn't care about the spells in the sky was because they had no other choice. Because the white figure flying from the city gate was also very familiar to Lu Xiaoyi, the mysterious person who had been pestering him for nearly a month. He was the real one who made the first move. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen sword lights gushed out. It was completely unreasonable, and there was no greeting at all. Just by looking at the sword lights, one could tell that this was not a spar, but a fight to the death. Lu Xiaoyi didn't know who this person was, not an assassin's identities TSSSS. He's SS at the same time, he also understood the origins of the 2 cultivators. They were either Supreme or WN Jingliu. They were the real Avengers who had been waiting here for their revenge. In the end, he had managed to call them out with a single shout. His TTTS if he wanted to, he could have slipped away and no one would have noticed. No matter how powerful the people in the sky were, they couldn't possibly care about the culprit in the crowd below in the middle of a fierce battle. His was a failure, because he couldn't move his legs. He couldn't let the person protecting him face the enemy alone, while he, the mastermind of this incident, ran away without a care. Although he wanted to be a riceworm, he wanted to be a riceworm with a clear conscience. Lu Xiaoyi's heart was filled with endless complaints, all directed at the swordsman. Without a doubt, the news of him killing people had been sent back to the dome, and then the protective sect had sent out elites to protect him. As for why it was an inner sword and not an outer sword, this was still unclear. The problem was, why didn't you say something? Why are you acting so mysterious? Why are you putting on airs? Why are you acting like an expert? If he'd known earlier that it was Xuanyuan's inner sword that was tailing them, he would have had 10,000 ways to easily take care of these 2 magic cultivators. Seeing the 3 fighting fiercely in the air, with outsiders unable to interfere, Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but complain in his heart. Even more cultivators were complaining. Those were the 5 righteous law cultivators and the 3 seeking spring cultivators. They didn't chase or run, the battle in the sky wasn't completely unrelated to them. The righteous law sect was the landlord. If you found Da Luozi in the middle of the night, if a flying sword technique injured the mortals below, they would also be held responsible. The same logic, the 3 seeking spring cultivators couldn't explain it clearly. The leading righteous law cultivator stomped his foot. What are you still looking at? What are you standing there for? Why aren't you setting up the barrier below? If a flying sword technique falls from above, we'll have to block it. His words woke them up, and the 8 cultivators hurriedly made their preparations below, preparing to clean up the mess caused by the big sect's fight. A seeking spring cultivator anxiously said, "That's Shenyuan and Supreme. There's no way to stop them. Where's your righteous law sect's Jindan?" I saw him the last time they caught me, the righteous law sect cultivator beside him said angrily. You're King unrepentant. Of all times to come, why did you have to come now? If it wasn't for you guys messing up the scene, we might have been able to hold them back before they attacked. Now that they've torn each other apart, how can we separate them without seeing blood? While they were arguing, the three people in the air fought even more fiercely. The swordsman's attacks were sharp, and his movement technique was marvelous. He was slightly stronger than the two magic cultivators, but the magic cultivators had the advantage of numbers, and they were experienced. They knew that Xuanyuan's swordsman's might would be maximized in a battle of movement. Thus, they decided to guard a space and not leave, allowing the swordsman to move around blindly like the wind. Another advantage of doing so was that the cultivators below would be busy defending the city, and there wouldn't be anyone rashly attacking. This was because this place was already vaguely within Xuanyuan's sphere of influence, and the righteous law sect was definitely biased towards Xuanyuan's sword sect. If they were to fly into the wilderness outside the city, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be anyone who would try to stop them. They were also very puzzled. They were clearly chasing an external sword newbie, so why did they suddenly change to an internal sword expert? To them, a prolonged battle here was actually disadvantageous to them. Although magic cultivators were the most durable, this was Xuanyuan's territory. If another swordsman passed by, the two of them might not be able to return alive. The two's divine senses clashed, and they came to a decision. They had been friends for decades, and they understood each other very well. In an instant, they found a solution that suited their characteristic. Chapter 227. Among the two supreme Taoists, one of them had learned a very special technique called the technique of string lifting. By memorizing the opponent's movements, he could form a rough map of the opponent's movements. Then, through some kind of secret technique, he could gain the ability to control the opponent's movements for a short period of time. This wasn't a secret technique that could be easily used in a battle, because it was very difficult for cultivators to divide their attention to do this during an intense battle. At least, it was very difficult for Foundation establishment cultivators to do this. However, the purpose of this secret technique was to control opponents who moved quickly, so that they wouldn't gain the upper hand due to their speed. In the cultivation world, there were many techniques that could control the opponent's state, such as making them dizzy, dazzling, charming, and so on. However, these techniques belonged to the category of high-level techniques. Foundation establishment cultivators had just stepped into the door of cultivation. Their so-called techniques were still the most basic techniques, such as icicles, wind blades, fire chains, earth shields, wood thorns, and so on. Because they didn't have enough mental power, they couldn't completely control other cultivators. However, for a big sect like the Supreme Taoists, their techniques were naturally different. There were some secret techniques that could indirectly control or influence the opponent. The technique of string lifting was such a technique. It might not be able to completely control the opponent, but it could affect the opponent's movement trajectory to a large extent. Just like a marionette in a sense, the direction it was traveling in would always deviate. If it wanted to go east, it might end up going southeast. If it wanted to go west, it might end up going northwest instead. Its body would be out of control, just like a marionette on strings. This was basically the limit of what a Foundation establishment cultivator could do. It was indeed a good way to deal with a profession like the swordsman who could move around freely. Since it had such an effect, it wasn't easy to use. After a period of battle, one would have to memorize the opponent's movements. Then, one would have to perform the secret technique without being disturbed. One person wouldn't have the opportunity to perform the secret technique. However, there were two supreme Taoists, so it was possible to perform the technique of string lifting. Their division of labor was very clear. One of them would hold back the sword cultivator for a period of time, while the other person, who had already memorized the sword cultivator's movements, would find time to complete the execution of the secret technique. If they succeeded, the swordsman would be at a loss for a short period of time, and they would have the opportunity to kill him. Even if that didn't work out, they would still be able to retreat. This was a perfect plan, if you don't consider the influence of other external factors. Of course, They didn't think that the righteous law sect's cultivators would dare to rashly interfere, not to mention those rogue cultivators. After offending a giant like Wushang, what good could come out of it? Several cultivators from the righteous law sect and a few rogue cultivators were below receiving the aftermath of the battle, but it wasn't hard for them. The 3 cultivators in the battle were indeed experts from large sects. Even if the battle was so intense, they were still able to control their moves and didn't directly fly towards the city below. This was the basic quality of daring to fight above a human city. However, they were still very careful. They were afraid that the moment the 2 sides fought to the death, a big move would be revealed. This was something they had to guard against. Of course, under such careful circumstances, they were also the first to discover that another cultivator had appeared below them. This was a strange young cultivator. On his shoulder was a strange magic tool that looked like a spiked club. However, upon closer inspection, that wasn't right. It looked more like a grass target with candid haws stuck on it. Perhaps it was just a grass target, without any fluctuations of spiritual opportunity leaking out. This was also a foundation establishment cultivator. In the eyes of the righteous law sect, this was very likely a foundation establishment cultivator who had settled down in River Luo City. Perhaps he was simply a spring seeker. It was just that those 3 couldn't hold themselves back and ran away at lightning speed, while this crafty old fox hid at the back and only came out now to lend a hand. No matter what, choosing to stand out at this time was worthy of recognition. It was better than hiding on the sidelines and watching the show. Find a place to stand. Don't worry about anything else. You only need to catch the flying swords and magical techniques falling from above. After this matter is over, the righteous law sect will give you our thanks. The righteous law sect's leader warned. Since he came up, he naturally understood the rules. That young cultivator gave them a brilliant smile, but his body didn't stop. He passed over the low altitude they were standing at and flew to an even higher battlefield. The leader was startled. Was this the tempo of wanting to join the battle? Just as he was about to shout for him to stop, he suddenly shut his mouth. It wasn't just him, but the other 7 cultivators as well. They couldn't see it when they were flying face to face, but when this young cultivator passed over them and turned his back, a sword case astonishingly appeared in everyone's eyes. This was a swordsman. Which sect's swordsman was there in the vicinity? This was the precursor to a sneak attack. However, no one could say anything. You 2 peerless swordsmen have been fighting one for such a long time, yet you don't allow a swordsman to fight 2 against 2? A battle between foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't be held in the air. That was because it was difficult for them to survive in such a place. In a situation like this, it was impossible for them to affect a mortal city at such a low altitude. Therefore, they had been fighting in the middle of the sky, at an altitude of over 1,000 zhong. The righteous law sect's cultivators were waiting to catch the flying swords a few hundred zhong below. In their opinion, it wouldn't be easy for an external swordsman to launch a sneak attack, because the flying swords of the inner swordsman above them were only about 300 zhong. External swords were far inferior to inner swords. This was a well-known fact. Therefore, if this person wanted to launch a sneak attack, he would have to be at least 200 zhong away from the battlefield. This position was already far away from the righteous law sect's cultivators. With such a sudden rise, it would be difficult for the peerless cultivators to not notice. In the end, there was a high probability that it would be a 2 against 2 result. However, they were wrong. As soon as this young swordsman flew past them, he opened his mouth and shouted for a cellar. Sugar-coated haws, sour and sweet. At the same time, a flying sword slid out from the sword case, silently and slowly climbing upwards, without a trace of killing intent or power. It was like a venomous snake, slowly approaching its prey. The snake didn't spit out its tongue, and its scales didn't open. All the cultivators who saw this scene felt a chill run down their spines. With such a slow speed, how high could it climb? There was still a distance of 400 zhong from the battlefield, far exceeding the swordsman's theoretical control distance. Even the inner sword's sword pellet, which was a formless and intangible flying sword, could only reach a distance of 300 zhong. How could this completely materialized flying sword maintain its lock on the target? The flying sword was still climbing, hidden in the darkness, hidden in the increasingly intense spiritual vigor explosion of the battlefield. In the cultivator's perception, if they searched with all their might, it would be impossible for such a close distance to not arouse suspicion. However, this was a battlefield. Most importantly, its target was immersed in the final crucial moment of pulling the string. In the next moment, that cultivator's magic power circulated wildly, finally completing this troublesome but very effective spell. At the same time, the white-robed swordsman suddenly felt that he had lost control of his movement, involuntarily creating a diversion. It was also at this moment that the flying sword that was about 1,000 jong away from the battlefield suddenly trembled and shot out. Chapter 228. The sky was in chaos. The white-clothed swordsman instantly lost control. The peerless cultivator who had been gritting his teeth all this while began his counterattack. The other peerless cultivator spun and fell down, spraying out a rain of blood that was not too obvious in the dark night. Lu Xiaoyi threw the skewer of the candid horse and pulled out his sword, stabbing upward. In his honest understanding, he had a way of responding to those who wanted to kill him. However, there was no time for him to complete his habit. The white-clothed swordsman immediately gained control of his body after the death of the peerless cultivator. In his anger, he erupted with all his strength. His opponent was originally slightly weaker than him, and had already used up too much of his mana in the fight. He thought that he could wait for his comrade's help, but instead, his comrade died and another swordsman appeared. There was no way to fight this battle. He planned to forcefully escape, but at the most critical moment, he forgot the number one taboo when fighting against a swordsman. One must never show one's back to the swordsman. If he was a mentally strong cultivator, the best way would be to fight against Lu Xiaoyi, leaving life and death to fate. If he was lucky, he might be able to control this young swordsman who had only joined the sect for 3 years. If he was unlucky, he would have a scapegoat. However, he did not have the natural courage of a warrior. He was afraid, and the result was very simple. When Lu Xiaoyi rushed over, he was torn to pieces by the flying swords that filled the sky. Lu Xiaoyi bathed in the rain of blood in a daze. He took deep breaths, closed his eyes, and swayed slightly, as if he was enjoying the beauty of this moment of slaughter. The heavens took pity on him. He was just trying his best not to faint. However, the cultivators of the righteous law sect below had a different feeling. They knew that the white-clothed inner sword was stronger than this young outer sword, but they would rather face that inner sword than this perverted outer sword. The ridiculousness of carrying the candid horse, the flying swords that were like venomous snakes, the cruelty of breathing in the rain of blood, all of these painted him with a layer of bloody commentary. Even the white-clothed swordsman could not bear to watch any longer, and shouted, "Hey, even if you like to drink human blood, please find a place where there is no one around." Acting so unscrupulously in public, it makes our Shenyuan seem like a demonic sect. Lu Xiaoyi opened his eyes, and weakly began his explanation that no one would accept. "I'm dizzy." The white-clothed swordsman snorted, as if he was dissatisfied with this clumsy lie. So what if he liked the smell of blood? There were tens of thousands of swordsmen in Shenyuan. How many of them did not like the smell of blood? Why did he have to use such a lie? "Let's go." "What are you still standing here for? It'll be troublesome when the elders of the righteous law sect arrive." Lu Xiaoyi looked regretfully at the candid horse that were falling to the ground. He was somewhat reluctant to part with them. It was not because he wanted to pretend, but because he suddenly felt that the sweet and sour taste of the candid horse after killing someone would greatly reduce his discomfort. Yes, when he went out to do business in the future, he must bring more of this stuff with him in his storage ring, so that he could recover as quickly as possible. His thoughts were completely based on his own state, but he had never thought of how perverted it would be to lick a piece of sugar-coated hawthorn in the midst of blood after killing someone. This would bring him a nickname that he would never be able to erase in this lifetime. And all of this originated from a coincidence in River Luo City. Lu Xiaoyi flew in front, and soon, he felt that faintly discernible divine sense behind him, which made him feel very uncomfortable. The swordsman's arrogance was already carved into their bones. It was as if knowing a foreign swordsman was a disgrace to them. Can't they act like a normal person? Let's meet, have a drink, be friends, and help each other out if there's anything. Is there a need to act all high and mighty? What was originally an easy mission became dangerous because of the swordsman's arrogance. After the mission, he still did not wake up and was still as arrogant as before. Although Lu Xiaoyi was saved, he did not feel much gratitude. He also saved that guy once, so they were even. When he really matured one day, he would find a chance to let this guy know the power of an external sword. He was filled with resentment, and the white swordsman behind him was also unhappy. He originally thought that this was an extremely simple mission for the sect. An external sword newbie had caused trouble outside and killed someone, and the sect had secretly received the news. As a precaution, they notified the nearby swordsman to pay attention to this person's whereabouts. If they found him, they were to protect him and return to the mountain. He was lucky to have bumped into this person. He liked to fight, but he did not like to protect others. This was a waste of his precious time. But since he had encountered this person, he would resolutely complete the mission given by the sect. But from what he understood, there were many ways to complete the mission. The worst way was to appear beside the newbie and scare away all those who were plotting against him. The protection would be completed smoothly, but it was meaningless to him. From his point of view, the safety of the newbie was not important. What was important was those who dared to extend their claws in the western regions. Losing a small swordsman was normal, but if they could break the hands that dared to extend their claws, it would be more in line with Xuanyuan's interests. That would save more Shenyuan disciples. This was his understanding. It had to be said that internal swordsmen were always very confident, so confident that even the orders given by the sect were mixed with their own judgment. He was not worried. Familiar with Xuanyuan's internal affairs, he knew that the order must have been given by the sword qi rushing to the heavens. But he was under the control of Wen Guangfeng's chaotic Thunder Palace. Even if the newbie lost his life in the end, and he cut off the hands of an external power, at least in the Thunder Palace, he would receive unreserved support. This was the reason why he had been hanging at the back without going forward to acknowledge him. He did not treat the person in front as a target to protect, but as a bait. As long as he caught the big fish, what did it matter if the bait was lost or not? But the process of the matter made him suffer the pain of worry. This newbie was so troublesome, making the originally easy tracking extremely difficult. It was not that he had not done similar tracking and protection missions. To him, for a small swordsman who had only joined the sect for 3 years, he could easily complete the mission with one hand. The other party would be in a daze throughout the entire process, not knowing anything. But this person was extremely troublesome. He seemed to have realized that he was being followed, so he tried to escape in every possible way, using all kinds of tricks. There were several times when he almost fell into the newbie's trap. This made him vexed, but also made him stubborn. He wanted to see if this newbie could dig him out. Reality proved that he had failed. Chapter 229. With his cunning, the rookie had dug a hole for everyone in Heluo City. It was a simple method, but the effect was obvious. He didn't miss anything. He had finally caught 2 claws that had reached into the western region. However, it wasn't under his initiative, but a passive participation. What was worse was that he didn't do his best in this operation. Not only did the rookie take half of the credit, he even owed him a favor. This made him feel very unhappy. He didn't think that without the rookie's help, he would definitely be defeated. There was a high probability that he would be able to escape with his 2 claws. But the truth was the truth. This time, at least half of the credit belonged to the rookie. Luring the enemy and killing the enemy, there was nothing to say. Yes, as proud as he was, he didn't think that the rookie owed him a favor. This was just a mission, nothing more. But in the middle of a mission, he owed the rookie a favor. This was intolerable. An elite swordsman owed an external sword rookie a favor. It was unimaginable. He didn't like this rookie, not at all. From the beginning, he had this attitude. There were too many reasons. The rookie didn't ride the sword. You're a swordsman, but you don't use the swordsman's way to travel. Are you still a swordsman? The rookie was too cunning. His thoughts were all on the crooked path. He caused countless troubles along the way, causing him to use all his skills. The rookie was very timid. He knew that there might be a supreme cultivator chasing after him, but he didn't dare to walk in a straight line. Instead, he turned back in a curve. He couldn't hide his fear of death. The rookie loved to sneak attack. You're a Shenyuan swordsman. Even if you're an external sword, can't you use your sword in a straightforward manner? Why did you have to take advantage of the fact that the rookie had just completed his secret technique and was weak? The rookie was too perverted. Liking to see blood was one thing, indulging in it was another. Was this something that a normal person would do? The rookie wasn't honest. He was obviously a pervert, but he said that he was scared of blood. Did he take him for a fool? Rookie, he didn't like rookies, but that didn't mean he would reject the mission. These were two different things. In the Shenyuan sword school, there was a deep-rooted belief that the inner sword was the true guardian of Shenyuan, while the outer sword was just a lackey. The fact that a small fry had stolen the limelight of an elite was the reason why he was unhappy. Although he might not be aware of it, he still hoped that there would be a second wave of clawing hands to prove his ability, but he was obviously overthinking. Within 1 or 2 months of the dome, he could already see a few swordsmen flying through the air. This was already Xuanyuan's world. In the unwritten rules of the Fifth Ring, if an external force entered the territory of the Fifth Ring, it was not necessary to kill them on sight. Instead, it was necessary to distinguish them by flying height. For example, for a Foundation Establishment cultivator, if a Supreme or 3 Pure Ones cultivator came here, they could either run on the ground and no one would find trouble with them, or fly at a height of 5,000 feet. This was a sign of respect for the master. At most, a swordsman would come over to ask, but they wouldn't directly attack. If a Foundation Establishment cultivator directly swaggered through the air, there would definitely be a flying sword coming over to greet them. As for how they would continue, that was another matter altogether. This was the case for cultivators in Shenyuan territory. If a swordsman went to the southeast region or the Ursi region, it was the same in the territories of the Supreme and 3 Pure Ones. A powerful dragon could not defeat a snake in its own territory. After a month or so away from the dome, the swordsman's flying sword could be seen every day. He finally didn't have to worry about the rookie anymore. He shook his body and left on his own. On the other hand, Lu Xiaoyi continued at his own pace. Originally, he wanted to use this opportunity to explore the mortal world more. Since other places were dangerous, there shouldn't be any problems in the area under the influence of the Shenyuan sword sect, right? Just the area under the influence of the dome for 2 months was enough for him to travel for a few years. However, because of the sword spirit, he had to return to the mountain. Only when he returned could he buy the materials to continue his countless guesses. Previously, he didn't have much interest in swordsmanship because no matter how good he was at external swordsmanship, he was nothing more than a lackey in the eyes of the inner sword sect in white. But now, he saw a different hope. At the very least, in just a few months, the distance he could control with the 4 Seasons flying sword had surpassed the proud and arrogant inner swordsman. This was unimaginable, and filled him with hope. When he finally saw the snowy peaks of the dome that reached the clouds, he couldn't help but sigh. He also heaved a sigh of relief. He, who had only been in the sect for 3 years, didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the sect, and didn't feel like he was going home. But there was one thing, a feeling of relief in his heart. No matter what, it was a reliable place to stay. And when he was in danger, the sect didn't hesitate to lend a helping hand, although that guy wasn't very reliable. Just like how he had left quietly, now he was returning quietly. No one knew, and no one cared. Therefore, no one waited for him. It was just like how he had stayed in the colorful world under the snow-capped peak for a period of time. He wasn't a vain person, and he didn't want Shenyuan to welcome him home with a grand welcome. However, he was still disappointed that Shenyuan was going to welcome him home in such a gloomy manner. At the very least, he had killed 4 people. Was that something that anyone could do? It could also be 3. He just didn't know what the inner sword sect in white would say when he returned. He didn't care. It would be best if someone took the initiative to shoulder all the troubles he caused outside. Wasn't Shen Yuan happy to hear about the battle? Let them be happy. He just wanted to live his life well and not be bullied by others. When he returned to his cave, everything was normal. This was the good thing about the snowy mountain. It was so clean that it seemed as if there wasn't a speck of dust, as if it wasn't in the mortal world. But before he could decide on the next step of his cultivation, a warning appeared on the sword talisman. It was a notification from the visit hall that he had to end the mission. He forgot. Every time a Foundation establishment cultivator completed a mission, they would go to the visit hall to cancel the mission and report the process of the mission. But the most important thing was, who did they kill during the mission? Which sect did they belong to? What was the reason? The sect needed to know this, not to punish them, but to help the upper echelons make decisions for the future of the sect. From the encounters of these small Foundation establishment cultivators outside, they could roughly determine which powers were friendly to Shen Yuan, and which ones were full of malice. Lu Xiaoyi had no choice but to return to Thousand Elegance Peak. He hurriedly filled up a letter slip in the side hall where he received missions. He was vague about his actions, only saying that there was a conflict and that 3 people were killed in Minute Province, but he didn't mention the truth of what happened afterwards. His thought was, I'll just treat it as letting that inner sword sect fellow off easy. What's the difference between 3 and 4? Chapter 230. The disciple on duty didn't make things difficult for him. Every day, there were many Foundation establishment disciples handing in missions here, so he didn't have the time to carefully examine these details. There were people in the sect who did these things, so he didn't need to worry. He handed 5 spirit stones to him. Junior brother Cigarette, but you haven't seen Martial Uncle Ascension Hall for a long time, right? Martial Uncle Jiyu Gang is waiting for you in the main hall. Lu Xiaoyi was a bit puzzled. It wasn't that he didn't want to see the Ascension Hall masters. Before leaving the mountain, he wanted to understand the specific situation of senior brother Jiyu Bei's mission through them, but the martial uncles were avoiding him. Now that he arrived at the Ascension Hall, he still needed to line up. The Foundation establishment external swords entered one by one in an orderly manner. Each of them had their own troubles, such as accidentally injuring fellow disciples while exchanging pointers, entangling neighbors, dissatisfaction with the allocation of resources, unclear apprenticeship procedures, excessive participation in small groups, bullying and tyrannizing mortal relatives at the foot of Cheongding Mountain, and so on. There were countless unexpected troubles. Tens of thousands of Foundation establishment external swords were all handled by the Ascension Hall, a primary management hall. Even for the limited number of Jindan martial uncles, this wasn't an easy job. Lu Xiaoyi faintly felt that the position of resources wasn't necessarily a good thing for cultivators. Not to mention how much power and benefits there were, it had a huge impact on one's cultivation. He didn't know why the Jindan martial uncles were happy to be here. This had nothing to do with him. It was just a thought he had while waiting. Soon, it was his turn. When he walked into the hall, only Jiyu Gang was there. His expression was normal, but his eyes were a bit tired. When he saw Lu Xiaoyi come in, he didn't say much and threw a storage ring to him. There are 400 mid-grade spirit stones in here. It's a reward for completing the mission and killing tens of thousands of Jingliu cultivators. You have to remember that the sect doesn't encourage you to casually attack cultivators from other sects. Of course, you can't be vulgar and lose face for Shen Yuan. In short, don't lose face. Your performance, whether in Minute Province Prefecture or Haluor City, has been clearly recorded. What's yours will definitely be yours. No one will wrong you. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, you can leave. Lu Xiaoyi was still a little confused. Did they not want to hear his explanation when they called him here? However, it wasn't bad either. Another prophet. That white shirt inner sword didn't seem to be hiding his head. I can go easy on him when I teach him a lesson in the future. He took the storage ring and scanned it with his divine sense. There were 400 middle-grade spirit stones neatly arranged inside. He wasn't too clear about the amount of rewards and punishments Shen Yuan gave to their disciples for killing cultivators from other forces. Was this given normally, or had it been docked? A reasonable reward and punishment procedure should be clearly organized and clear. There should be someone to make the decision, and there should also be an accountant and cashier to manage the accounts. There should also be a receipt left behind. Like this, who would know if Jiyu Gang had given it or not? Did Lu Xiaoyi accept it? It was hard to believe that a large sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years would be so crude in such details. But of course, he wouldn't say such things out loud. Since they were silently giving it to him, he would silently take it. There was no need to talk nonsense. His current strength and status didn't allow him to raise any doubt. Thus, he put the storage ring on his finger, but was stopped by Jiyu Gang. Take the spirit stones, but leave the storage ring behind. If everyone was like you, I would lose 8 or 10 storage rings in a day. Sooner or later, I would have to sell my pants. Lu Xiaoyi embarrassedly took out the spirit stones and put down the storage ring. He was actually a little hesitant. According to his previous life's experience, he should take out some spirit stones to show respect to his martial uncle. Only then would he be able to obtain some benefits in the future, but at least he wouldn't be bullied. However, his 4 years of cultivation experience in Shenyuan made him restrain his thoughts of bribery. What was the cultivation world like? What was the atmosphere of the fifth ring? What was the tradition of Shenyuan sword sect? He still needed to see it clearly. Seeing Lu Xiaoyi leave the Ascension Hall without a word, Jiyu Gang sighed. He was in charge of the daily affairs of low-level external sword cultivators, so he was very familiar with the specific matters of Shenyuan external sword cultivators. He knew that the sect's treatment of this little swordsman was unfair. Although there were no clear rules, and it was impossible to write such things in the sect's rules, for managers like them, killing cultivators from other sects outside of the sect was rewarded. Moreover, the amount of reward varied depending on the opponent. The basic amount was 100 mid-grade spirit stones. In low-level cultivation planets, mid-grade spirit stones were very rare. However, on high-level cultivation planets, mid-grade spirit stones were very common. Of course, the price was not something that low-level cultivation planets could compare to. The so-called basic quota referred to the reward for killing rogue cultivators from small sects and clans. However, such a reward could not be obtained just by killing them. The factor of indiscriminate killing would be taken into consideration. The Shenyuan sword cultivators were easy to kill, but they could not kill indiscriminately, especially against the majority of low-level cultivators. If they killed too many, it would be harmful to the harmony of heaven and earth, and it would also damage their reputation. However, if they killed cultivators from mid-level cultivation sects, they wouldn't be able to kill indiscriminately. That was because mid-level cultivation sects already had a considerable amount of power. In terms of external sword cultivators, they didn't have much of an advantage. Defeating them was easy, but killing them was difficult. If they could obtain such a reward, they would be rewarded with 200 mid-grade spirit stones for each kill. The highest reward was to kill the disciples of the top sects. In the fifth ring, there were more than 10 sects like Supreme, 3 Pure, Garin, Myriad Scenery, Spirit Gourd Cave, Chimanduanjia, and so on. Killing one of them would be rewarded with 500 mid-grade spirit stones. However, this was also the most difficult. Internal swordsmen had a very limited advantage over the disciples of these sects. Even the top genius cultivators were not weaker than internal swordsmen. If this was the case for internal swordsmen, there was no need to mention the external swordsmen. They were actually at a disadvantage when facing these disciples of the top sects. It was very difficult to kill them. Therefore, no one in the external swordsmen would use this as a way to get rich. If they made a mistake, they might even lose their lives. If they were lucky enough to obtain a reward, they would be targeted by the disciples of the other sect. Could it be that they would continue to hide in the dome? The killing game was ultimately an arena for a very small number of geniuses. Not everyone could participate in it. Because of this, Lu Xiaoyi's 4 kills in one go was already very shocking. This would be widely publicized by the Sword Chi Rushing Heaven Pavilion and be taken as a role model. However, the order Jiyu Gang received was to keep a low profile. No publicity, no rewards, no encouragement, no support. Therefore, he used such an irregular method to give Lu Xiaoyi the most basic reward. He did not want more people to know. Otherwise, if word got out, how could he only be rewarded with 400 mid-grade spirit stones for killing 4 disciples of the top sects, 3 supreme and 1 myriad scenery? The sect was unfair. And so on and so forth. Of course, Ji Gang also felt that this was very unfair. However, he did not know why the higher-ups would give such an order. He didn't even know which martial uncle had given such an order. From his point of view, this little swordsman had offended some big shot, which was why he was being suppressed like this. Shen Yuan strictly forbade internal strife within the sect, but if it involved the upper echelons, what could he do? Chapter 231. Lu Xiaoyi did not understand the intricacies of this, nor did he understand the unspoken rules of Shen Yuan. One had to be an old swordsman with decades of experience, or an old swordsman who was proficient in battle, to understand the intricacies of this. For the various large sects, open and covert struggles between the lower-level cultivators were acceptable, and even necessary, but it could not be promoted to the extent of being encouraged by the sect rules. It could not be done on paper. After all, this was a form of training, not a war. No one had told Lu Xiaoyi about this, and even he had kept it to himself. Thus, 400 mid-grade spirit stones was a profit to him, and he was extremely happy. His current net worth was close to 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It was enough to support his research for a period of time, and that was the most important thing. But now, the first thing he had to do was to distribute his wealth. He had to pay off the 3,000 spirit stones that Ji Bei owed him. There were 2 ways to do this. The first was to visit them one by one. The advantage of this was that he would get to know many people, and they would be grateful to him, and he could become friends with them. This was very beneficial to his cultivation life in the dome. The disadvantage was that it was a waste of time. Ji Bei did not borrow much from each person, only around 100 spirit stones. This meant that he would have to travel dozens of times. Furthermore, not everyone would stay in the cave residence. There would always be people who went out for various reasons, and did not return for many years. This would cause him a headache. The other way was to entrust this task to the side hall of the visitation hall. The advantage was that it would be done in an instant, and he would not have to worry about it. The disadvantage was that he would not be able to meet the creditors, and they would naturally not be grateful. At most, they would think that Ji Bei was good in their heart. He was a lazy person, so his choice was very natural. He would just throw it to the visitation hall and be done with it. From his point of view, when you had the strength, there would naturally be many people who would want to befriend you. If you did not have the strength, what was the use of sending spirit stones? However, it was just a word of thanks, and it was the kind that would be forgotten after saying it. Since he had come to Thousand Elegance Peak, he might as well go to the market and Bo Ao Loft to take a look. He needed to prepare some materials and sword techniques to verify his conjecture. This was his current priority. In the Sword Ao Loft, Lu Xiaoyi did not hesitate this time. He directly took out a sword technique book, 10 strikes. It was not his choice, but Ji Bei's choice. Ji Bei had left behind 3 sword embryos among his belongings. They were all top-notch materials for flying swords. Ji Bei had collected them all his life. Just like how people who like to drink like to collect wine bottles, 9 out of 10 people who played with flying swords like to collect sword embryos. In Ji Bei's dream, each of the 3 sword embryos had its own sword skill combination, and they were all top sword skills of the 10th level. It was not that Ji Bei's strength had reached that level, but since it was just a dream, why not make it more perfect? These sword embryos were hidden by Ji Bei for his ideals. If his cultivation progressed smoothly, there was a possibility that he could personally practice them. However, that would mean that he would have to spend a great amount of money on this path, as those expensive and rare materials would have to repeat themselves after repeated failures. However, the heavens did not give him such an opportunity in the end. After he was over 100 years old, he had no choice but to put more effort into breaking through to the upper realm. Between longevity and sword skills, he still succumbed to fate and chose the direction of a longer life. However, fate played with him. In the end, his dream of sword skills and longevity both became nothing. This was actually the problem that most Foundation establishment swordsmen face. Should they ignore longevity and focus on the sword, and use it to break through to the upper realm while they were at it? Or should they focus on longevity instead of the sword, and wait until they had a longer lifespan before seeking a breakthrough in sword skills? Both of them were reasonable and unreasonable at the same time, because most cultivators would end up with nothing in the end. The 3 sword embryos all had their own sword skills. This was the result of Jiyu Bei's meticulous selection over the past 100 years. He had considered all aspects. Even if he could not put it into action, he could at least use it for his own entertainment when he was bored. To Lu Xiaoyi, it was fine as long as he followed his heart. Firstly, it would save him a lot of trouble, and secondly, it could be considered as helping Jiyu Bei fulfill his unfulfilled wish. The 3 sword embryos corresponded to 3 sets of sword skills. Lu Xiaoyi still had 2 rights to choose from the sword skills. In the end, he chose the 10 moves decisive city. This was because this was a set of sword skills that focused on pure strength, and there were not many attributes to choose from. Furthermore, he was a lazy person. He did not stay in the Sword Turtle Tower for long, and went straight to the market. Other than purchasing the materials for the 10 moves decisive city sword formation, he also purchased 2 ordinary sword embryos and some materials for the 4 seasons sword song. He needed to refine another 4 seasons flying sword, and then see under what circumstances a sword spirit would be born. Actually, these 2 flying swords were the targets of his experiments, but they were different paths. Refining a flying sword was not the goal, but refining a sword spirit was the key. This purchase cost him close to 500 mid-grade spirit stones, mainly on the materials for the 10 moves decisive city. This was only the cost of the materials for the first few levels of the 10 moves decisive city. If he added the materials for the later levels, and the repeated failures after repeated failures, the cost would be huge. This was why the 9th and 10th levels of sword skills were so hard to come by, but not many people actually tried it. It could really empty your savings of decades, and put you in a difficult position between refining a sword and immortality. Lu Xiaoyi did not need to consider so much for the time being. He was far from having to choose between immortality and sword skills. The 10 moves decisive city could extend the sword skills by 10 levels. 10 levels meant that a Foundation establishment cultivator could inscribe 10 levels of the decisive city sword formation on the sword embryos. Extension meant that after a cultivator reached the level of Jindan, he could continue to inscribe sword formations on this foundation, reaching 20 levels, 30 levels, or even more. There was no need to throw in a flying sword for every level. Of course, if you felt that the recording of the Foundation establishment moment was not perfect enough, and you had enough resources, then you could start from scratch to refine a flying sword again. This time, Lu Xiaoyi bought the materials for the first 5 levels of the 10 moves decisive city. He did not dare to buy the rest because he did not have enough spirit stones. Even so, it was hard to say if the materials he bought would be enough for him to complete the 5th level. His main goal was still to find the birth of a sword spirit, and refining the 10 moves decisive city was secondary. The sword formation was called the Blood Formation of Dang City. It was a sword formation that could be upgraded layer by layer, and it would get more complicated as it progressed. Lu Xiaoyi could be considered to have some experience in sword formations, and this allowed him to easily complete the first 3 levels in one go. Then, he was suddenly stuck on the 4th level, and was at his wit's end. Even if his magic power was stable enough and his spirit strong enough, he still lacked something, and he could not succeed. He was not in a hurry. If he could not complete the 10 moves decisive city, then he would use the sword song of 4 seasons that he was familiar with. He was familiar with the process, and he completed it in a few days. Then, he would turn to the 10 moves decisive city, and continue to fail. He finally discovered his shortcoming. His talent in sword formations was really very limited. The 4th level was already so difficult, and there were still 6 levels after that. This was practically an impossible task. Chapter 232. On the snowy plains below Thousand Elegance Peak, there was a huge river of ice. The river of ice twisted and turned, forming a beautiful scenery on the snowy plains. There were many who built their cave dwellings using the river of ice, but the further west one went, the fewer there were. Because the river was too flat, the cave dwellings were not caves, and people were not insects. It was impossible to dig a hole on a small hill, but there were also those who had unique interests. A snow mound that was dozens of feet high, a simple cave dwelling, and a human figure running across the vast snowy plains formed a beautiful scene of nature. Amidst the ordinary calmness, there was a sense of harmony. Lu Xiaoyi had now successfully combined several cultivation techniques together. The Big Dipper scripture, purple star body, starlight traction, astral observation. The result of this was not only to save time, it was also a process of mutual promotion and complementation. The effect of 1 + 1 was greater than 2. This was not an ability that an ordinary person could easily possess. It was a skill that his soul had cultivated after drifting in the universe for countless years. He did not have a comprehensive plan for the cultivation technique system because he did not have a comprehensive plan for his own future. In his opinion, a mere foundation establishment cultivator's understanding of the world, the great Tao, and the nature were all at the most basic stage. If you did not understand anything, what right do you have to plan for your future? Because he had saved a lot of time on the cultivation technique, he had more time to hone his swordsmanship. The target of his training was the 4 Seasons flying sword that had already produced a sword spirit. This was a very natural choice. Any flying sword would have a sword spirit at the top, followed by layers. With a sword spirit, there would be endless possibilities. Without a sword spirit, it would still be an ordinary piece of metal. On the way back to the mountain, Lu Xiaoyi discovered a strange phenomenon. When a flying sword produced a sword spirit, it was less reliant on the layers of the sword formation. In other words, the 4 Seasons flying sword now relied on the connection between the sword spirit and the human. This connection encompassed a wide range of things. It was not only the exchange of souls, but also the exchange of transcendence energy. It was not to say that a flying sword that produced a sword spirit was cultivated by a human cultivator. It could reach the limit of a flying sword. The sword spirit also needed to grow. The growth of a sword spirit in a sword case was very limited. More importantly, it was used to train the sword. Using the sword again and again, it nourished the growth of the flying sword and strengthened the body of the sword spirit. Only when the body of the sword spirit was strengthened could Lu Xiaoyi channel more transcendence energy and soul into it, allowing the flying sword to display a greater power. These were the 2 ways to increase the power of a flying sword. One was through the layers of the sword formation, and the other was through the strengthening of the sword spirit. The higher the level of the cultivator, the more important the sword spirit was. Lu Xiaoyi could not achieve a breakthrough in the layers of the sword formation, so he could only work on the strengthening of the sword spirit. In theory, the growth of the swordsman's flying sword was as follows. Foundation establishment was purely based on the layers of the sword formation, because they did not have a sword spirit. Jindan was still mainly based on the layers of the sword formation, but there might be a few lucky ones who had a sword spirit. Yuanying was gradually beginning to produce a sword spirit. Perfected lords all had a sword spirit in their flying sword, because without a sword spirit, a Yuanying could not become a lord. It was inconceivable that Lu Xiaoyi could have a sword spirit in his current foundation establishment stage. If he had an average standard in the inscription of sword formations, then his strength would soon be outstanding among the swordsmen. However, his inscription of sword formations was not good enough, so everything was still unknown. He would soon stand out among the newbies in the foundation establishment stage, but compared to the old swordsman, there would still be a large gap. This was because the old swordsman had more flying swords, unless he could solve the problem of the spirit of the flying sword. But now, it seemed that he had no clue. His cultivation continued smoothly and bumpily. The bumpy part was the formation of the sword spirit and the inscription of the sword formation, but everything else was considered smooth. He was not sure what kind of state he was in among the newbies in the foundation establishment stage, but it shouldn't be slow, right? Time slowly flowed by in his selfless cultivation. The newbies in the swordsman sects developed in various ways, but most of them were active in the snowy dome and the surrounding 2 months. There were very few people like Lu Xiaoyi who went out, because the old swordsman would tell them that although the swordsman's achievements in the fifth ring were unparalleled, they had also become the target of many powerful sects. Hunting was mutual, and swordsman was not always the hunter. Sometimes, they were the prey. Lu Xiaoyi was the only one who acted on his own initiative and went out after only 3 years of training. If he had made enough friends and met more senior swordsmen, he would not have been so impulsive. Bo Tower, Visitation Hall, Market Square, Dharma Lectures, and Immortal's Cave, these were the daily routines of most newbies. After 10 years of training like this, most cultivators would smoothly reach the foundation establishment stage and have some achievements in swordsmanship. At the very least, they would be able to master a flying sword, which was the most basic requirement for traveling. Swordsman was a profession that would not be successful if it was confined to the mountain. There was also no point in fighting with fellow disciples all day long. In a swordsman's life, the most powerful opponents he met were all Dharma cultivators. If he did not come into contact with them, fight them, and fumble around in life and death situations, he would not be able to improve. Therefore, 10 years was the approximate dividing line. Fledgling swordsmen began to break away from the protection of the sect and went out to start their own new journey. Of course, there were also those who were timid, but in the great melting pot of Shenyuan, timid people often found it difficult to achieve great things, because the heart of the sword was not there. Casualties often occurred at this stage. Every year, about 100 or so people died, and many of them were caused by these young eagles that flew out. The sect was well aware of this, but they could not forever enclose them in the nest because of casualties. This was a loss that had to be borne. After going out once, Lu Xiaoyi had obediently stayed in the mountain gate. He did not care about the heart of the sword. He had no choice but to kill 4 people during the last long journey. He wanted to complete his repayment to Senior Jiyu Bei, but if you wanted him to deliberately go out and find danger to temper himself, he would not have such radical thoughts. Therefore, when he was summoned by the Visitation Hall sword talisman, he was very unwilling. Cultivators have to accept missions from the sect after 10 years in the dome? This is unreasonable, right? My cultivation is slower than others. Who isn't a baby? The senior brother in charge of issuing missions was somewhat impatient. He had seen swordsmen timid before, but he had never seen a timid one so openly. Shenyuan does not raise giant babies. This is the sect's rule, and no one can change it. Lu Xiaoyi was still unwilling to give up. 7 years ago, which was 3 years after I entered the sect, I went on a long journey. I was half a year away from the dome. Is that far enough? Can it be considered as a long-distance mission? The senior brother looked at him disdainfully. You ate yesterday, so you don't have to eat today? You took a dump the day before yesterday, so you don't have to take a dump today? You watered your family's plot of land 7 years ago, so you can always be idle after that. Chapter 233. P.S. Yoyu-chan is studying hard. I don't know if she can see it. Lu Xiaoyi's character cartoon is her masterpiece. Everyone, bless her. Also, use your monthly ticket to exchange for her contact information. This senior brother was sharp-tongued, but Lu Xiaoyi was not angry. He was still a little unwilling to give up. Is there no alternative? As long as I can stay in the dome and not go out. He really did not want to go out. His current cultivation state was just right. He had just entered the middle stage of foundation establishment last year. The power of the 4 Seasons sword had greatly improved, his spirit was exceptionally strong, and his celestial escape was more elegant and mysterious. He was in the ascending stage of cultivation and had not encountered any bottlenecks. He should work hard at this pace. He did not want to go out and waste time. The senior brother in charge of the mission was really annoyed. There is. Xuanyuan's missions are never forced to be completed by cultivators. There is always a second path for you to choose. How about this? If you participate in the sect competition that is held once every 10 years, you can stay in the sect. Lu Xiaoyi immediately became vigilant. Sect competition? Fighting with senior brothers who had practiced swordsmanship for decades or even centuries? What's the point? Other than being abused, what else can I do? What an ignorant country bumpkin. The senior brother explained, of course we can't let you newbies compete with the seniors. You want to compete, but the seniors won't give you face. It's a competition between newbies. It's limited to those who have been in the sect for more than 10 years and less than 20 years. It's like meeting a match, a general meeting a talent. Lu Xiaoyi felt that this event was not bad. If everyone was a newbie, he should be able to handle it easily, right? The key was that the sect did not allow deathmatch, so safety was guaranteed. If that's the case, I'll participate in the sect competition. Really? Really? Then sign your name on this paper. I want to remind you that once you put pen to paper, you can't go back on your word. Lu Xiaoyi thought that such an internal competition would definitely be for the best of the external swordsmen. If they did not have roots in the sect, then they had to come from Zhuoju. Therefore, this senior brother did not think highly of him, a wild cultivator who had been abducted from another sect, who had no backing and no background. However, he was still confident in himself. At the very least, both of them had cultivated for more than 10 years. Who was afraid of who? Thus, he signed the document without hesitation. When he was about to walk out, his senior brother's malicious voice came from behind him. Oh, I forgot to tell you. This time, it's the outer sword versus inner sword. Let's wait for the news from the Ascension Hall. I hope that junior brother cigarette but can bring glory to our external sword sect. I, your senior brother, will be waiting for your glorious return. Lu Xiaoyi almost tripped at the door. This senior brother is too evil. He had said everything except for the identity of the most important opponent. No wonder most of the external swordsmen would rather venture into the outside world than stay in the mountain gate to participate in the sword duels. There was a reason. It was indeed risky to venture outside, but it was still manageable. If you were afraid of death, you could crawl on the ground. Crawling on the ground would prevent other cultivators from attacking you. It was like hanging a sign to avoid fighting, or flying at a low altitude was also a sign of weakness. Not attacking cultivators who showed weakness was also a norm. It wasn't that there was a rule restricting you, but it came from the persistence in every cultivator's heart towards the Tao. To put it simply, cultivators were the upgraded version of the chivalrous and righteous spirit that every youth had when they were young. Different from the people in the mortal world, cultivators paid more attention to the construction and maintenance of their mental path. This was not an imaginary thing, but an important factor that would really affect their longevity in the upper realm in the future. Therefore, there was no rule, but there was indeed such a promise in every cultivator's heart: challenge the strong and help the weak. A cultivator's self-cultivation. After all, the fifth ring realm wasn't in an extreme state of war, so cultivators could still control their own state of life. Of course, it was still the same saying. If you were a coward, you would lose your sword heart. That would be a lack of confidence in your own strength and sword Tao. It would be safe, but it wouldn't be beneficial to cultivation. If you walked sideways, you would have a clear sword heart. However, you would have to pay an additional price for this clarity. The reason why Lu Xiaoyi wasn't willing to go to the outside world was that he didn't want to lose his sword heart. He also didn't want to walk sideways and lose his life. Thus, he might as well stay at home and not leave. However, if the price of staying at the mountain gate was to fight against those freaks of the inner sword, then he might as well walk sideways. At least he could still enjoy the scenery. If he walked sideways, he would slowly lose his sword heart. If he fought against the inner swordsman, his sword heart would be tortured. In the end, it was hard to say whether his sword heart would still be there. Although he didn't deliberately inquire about it, he could understand the internal situation of Shenyuan from the occasional meetings with his own small group of lowly people and from the idle chats of the teacher's lectures. The inner sword and outer sword were almost completely separated. The inner sword was arrogant and had the attitude of being in charge, while the outer sword had long since tacitly accepted this position. They had fought for it for tens of thousands of years but had never fought for it. Instead, they were suppressed more and more to death. Thus, they adopted the current method. You're strong, aren't you? I won't fight with you. Let's adopt a non-violent and non-cooperative attitude. I can't afford to offend you, but can't I just hide? This was the general mentality of the middle and lower level cultivators in Shenyuan. The higher-ups saw it clearly and knew that if this continued, it would be detrimental to the whole of Shenyuan. Thus, the Sword Chi Rushing Heaven Pavilion contacted the Chaotic Thunder Palace and joined forces to promote the battle between the two great sword vein at the Foundation Establishment and Jindan level. They also set up generous rewards for this. These measures were only one of the many efforts made by the higher-ups of Shenyuan to integrate the inner and outer swordsmen. This was because there was no danger of life within the sect. If the opponent was another large sect, then the swordsman sent out would definitely be a combination of the inner and outer swordsmen. In Shenyuan, this was the correct way to cultivate. Just like when Lu Xiaoyi was being chased, the person who saved him would definitely be the inner sword. Because this was the decree of the Thunder Palace. If an inner sword was in danger, then the person who went would definitely be the outer sword, appointed by the Rushing Heaven Pavilion. Of course, because of their battle strength, they would definitely send out a group of them. Who asked them to have so many outer swordsmen? This was the integration measure that the higher-ups of Shenyuan were trying their best to do. Although it couldn't change the foundation, at least it allowed the inner and outer swordsmen to interact with each other for tens of thousands of years. The old swordsmen understood this, but only a riceworm like Lu Xiaoyi didn't understand. In the collision between the outer swordsman and the inner sword, there might be friendships, but there might also be people whose sword heart was destroyed. There was no perfect situation in this world. To the iron-willed Shenyuan, if you started to give up on yourself during this process, it would only mean that you weren't suited to be a swordsman. It would be better for you to make a decision early. You could either develop your own Tao, such as the Tao of Pills, Tao of Formations, Tao of Talismans, or go to a small town near the dome. It would be better for you to stay here and waste your resources. Under such circumstances, those who dared to stand out and challenge the inner swordsmen were the cream of the crop among the outer swordsmen. They were the most ambitious ones. Those who didn't think they were outstanding wouldn't participate in this kind of competition. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, people like Lu Xiaoyi who wanted to hide and relax but didn't understand the situation of the outer swordsmen. They might not necessarily fight when they went out, but if they stayed in the sect, they would definitely fight. Moreover, it was the inner swordsman group that made the outer swordsman's face pale. Wasn't this just looking for trouble for himself? Chapter 234. Lu Xiaoyi wasn't sure how bad the internal and external swordsman's collision would be. Was it a bloody nose or a swollen face? Or was it a serious injury? This was one of the advantages of being in a big sect. As long as you didn't die on the spot, you could always be saved. But even if the physical injuries could be saved, what about the psychological trauma? He could only bear it himself. If he could walk out of it, there would be a new world. If he couldn't, then everything would be over. In these 10 years, his methods were basically no different from when he first came out of the dome 7 years ago. The only difference was in the 10 swords execution. However, he had only reached the 5th level of this set of 10 levels of swordsmanship. His inferior skill in formations was undoubtedly exposed. In terms of the power of the sword formation, of course, it was better than the 4-season swordsmanship. However, if one considered the enhancement of the sword spirit to the 4-season swordsmanship, the 10-strike swordsmanship would never be able to catch up with the 4-season swordsmanship. This was the qualitative change brought by the sword spirit to the flying sword. However, he was indeed very different from 7 years ago. 7 years ago, he was only a beginner in various skills. But now, it was different. Because of his instinctive familiarity with the stars, his Big Dipper star scripture could now draw power from more than 50 stars. Moreover, the number of stars he could draw in every year was increasing rapidly. This also meant that his speed of absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth was getting faster and faster. It had long surpassed the effect of using the spirit-gathering array. This was the characteristic of the pure Taoist skills. As long as one was talented in this aspect, the later stage would be faster and faster. The swordsman was incomparably sharp, but in terms of cultivation speed, depth and purity, it could never be compared with the orthodox Taoists. This was the real foundation of the Taoists. Therefore, no matter how strong Shenyuan was, it could never replace the position of the orthodox Taoist. In the past 10 years, his cultivation had successfully entered the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. This was the credit of the orthodox Taoist skills. When one was suitable for it, the progress would be very fast and there would be very few bottlenecks. The progress of his main cultivation technique was fast, and the other supplementary cultivation techniques were naturally not slow either. Just like his escape technique, starlight traction, no matter which direction he escaped in, there would be at least a dozen stars that he could borrow strength from. This made his escape technique more and more graceful, and also more and more strange. It was as if he was a marionette controlled by dozens of invisible strings, constantly changing. The purple microstar body was not a body cultivation technique that focused on strengthening a cultivator's body in certain aspects. Although it did provide earth-shaking changes to a cultivator's body, this sort of change was within the normal scope of a foundation establishment cultivator. There were many other body cultivation methods that could achieve this point, and even surpass it in some aspect. Its greatest use to Lu Xiaoyi was that it provided a platform that was more suitable for the star system, allowing him to achieve twice the results with half the effort with the other star cultivation technique. This was also what he valued the most. Needless to say, under the strong support of the Big Dipper scripture and the purple microstar body, Lu Xiaoyi's spiritual power had made great progress in the past 7 years. Although he did not have much contact with other cultivators, he was still unclear of the extent of his spiritual power. But in his opinion, if the white-robed swordsman were to follow him again, he should be able to easily find his position. He would no longer be at a loss as to what to do. To a cultivator, one's combat power was not something that could be improved by learning a certain sword technique or a certain special secret technique. It could only mean that one had more means to deal with special situations. The foundation of a cultivator's combat was always mana, spiritual power, escape technique, and body. In the future, when one's cultivation level increased, there might be Dao realm and so on. But to a foundation establishment cultivator, these 4 things were the most important. Then there was the swordsman's sharp teeth. Unfortunately, the current Lu Xiaoyi was only a tiger cub. His mouth was filled with only one tooth, 4 seasons. The 10 dang flying sword's tooth had just grown out from his gums. It was a little loose and not sharp enough. It could not be torn apart. Overall, Lu Xiaoyi was already very satisfied. In terms of the period of 10 to 20 years, one could only cultivate 1 flying sword. It was impossible to cultivate 10 layers of sword formations. Normally, one would choose 7 layers. Those who could cultivate 8 layers of sword formations were extraordinary geniuses. But even then, they would not be able to defeat his 5 layers of 4 seasons and sword spirit. He did not have many tricks up his sleeve, but at the same time, other people were not much stronger than him. This was also a fact. According to the rules of the external sword, a cultivator could choose 3 other techniques after every 10 years, regardless of the type. To Lu Xiaoyi, it was meaningless to choose another sword technique now. He could not even understand the sword formation of the 10-strike city, so he was afraid that the other techniques would not be any better. However, he liked the Cloud Turtle Tower very much. He liked the support technique. From his point of view, he already had a few offensive techniques. Close combat, flying swords, and soul fighting techniques. Now, it was time for him to create a defensive technique. The Shenyuan swordsman focused on offense and not defense. However, Lu Xiaoyi did not think so. There was no harm in making his skin thicker. The ability to attack and withstand attacks were equally important. After cultivating for 10 years in Shenyuan, he was no longer the newbie he used to be. He walked into the sea of techniques with more confidence and calmness. Although he did not do it deliberately, his unique combat style had already been built up. The only thing he lacked now was some flesh and blood. After spending a few hours in the Cloud Turtle Tower, he realized that the defensive techniques of the swordsman mainly focused on a few aspects. substitution, damage reduction, displacement. This was in line with the fighting style of the swordsman. Because they were always moving at high speed, no matter if it was an internal sword or an external sword, the most effective way to defend was to use one's own speed to prevent the opponent from hitting. This was the first principle. Therefore, it was not recommended to use one's body to withstand attacks. This was because once the body was hit, it would immediately affect the attacking rhythm of the flying sword. This was unacceptable to the swordsman. Substitution was to use the sword puppet to withstand the damage. However, in the foundation building stage, the sword puppet could not withstand all the damage. Only in the later stages of Jindan or Yuanying would the sword puppet have the effect of substituting one's life. Other than the sword puppet, one could also use the puppet talisman or some other special equipment. However, they had a common problem. It was not easy to refine them. Furthermore, it required a long period of nurturing before it could fuse with the body. Once there was danger, it would automatically substitute for the body. Damage reduction, as the name suggested, was to withstand the damage. However, through some kind of secret technique, the damage would be reduced to a certain extent and the body would be able to withstand it. It was the path of exchanging damage for life. The damage reduction technique was a pure technique. It was best used when combined with a body cultivator's technique. It was very flexible. However, there was a disadvantage. The user's ability to withstand the opponent's ultimate move was limited. If the user made a wrong judgment, the damage would not be reduced and the user would be sacrificed. Displacement was a technique to transfer the damage to a mysterious space. It was a very clever defensive technique. The user would be unharmed. However, the prerequisite was that the user had to have a different space. How could a mere foundation building stage cultivator find a portable space big enough to withstand the power of the opponent's technique? There was no need to even think about a storage ring. A microspace that could collapse with a fart was completely meaningless. Chapter 235. Lu Xiaoyi had set his sights on reducing damage, but there was nothing he could do about it. He didn't have a portable space, and that wasn't something that could be solved by relying on resources, but by chance. Puppets were troublesome to make, and they were limited in number. Every time he used them, there would be one less, and they couldn't deal with continuous attacks. Only damage reduction was possible. It might have the lowest defense against damage, but it could maintain damage reduction at any time and place. If it was combined with evading arts and body arts, it would indeed be an all-round form of self-protection. His philosophy was not to pursue the defensive ability of a single technique, but to focus more on the system. If his battle judgment, response, speed, body, and damage reduction couldn't prevent him from being hit, then it wouldn't be just because of the damage reduction technique, but because there was a problem with his battle tactic. There was one more thing. He saw a very familiar name in the damage reduction technique, together with the stars. This was a damage reduction technique based on the star system. The core was to let the stars that the cultivator could sense bear the damage together with him, thus achieving the goal of damage reduction. In Xuanyuan's external sword, there was basically no one who chose this kind of damage reduction technique, because its early damage reduction effect was far lower than other damage reduction techniques of the same level. For example, other damage reduction techniques had a damage reduction of 50%, but this one had a damage reduction of 30%. But the advantage of Together with the Stars was that it could continuously reduce damage. The advantage of other damage reduction techniques was that the starting point was high, 50% damage reduction. As the cultivation level increased, the damage reduction effect could quickly reach 70% or 80%, and it could effectively protect the cultivator from being killed. But after reaching this level, it was basically hopeless to increase the damage. It could never be reduced to 90%, or even all of it. Together with the Stars had a damage reduction of 30%, and the improvement was slow. The improvement speed was completely dependent on the number and quality of stars that the cultivator could sense, but it could continue to improve. According to the hints in the technique, if the cultivator reached an unimaginable level one day, it could even provide a full damage reduction ability. In other words, even if the opponent had the ability to destroy the stars, when the attack fell on the cultivator, it would only be borne by the stars that he could sense. The prospect was very tempting, but there was no one to choose, because no one could guarantee that they could reach that level. Not to mention the unimaginable realm, even forming the Jindan would be worth burning incense. Only an idiot would make such a choice for a few hundred or thousand years of total reduction and then endure a few hundred or thousand years of low reduction. Lu Xiaoyi was no fool. The reason he made this choice was because of his inexplicable closeness and familiarity with the stars. He was confident that he could walk faster than others, that was all. His second choice was the sky-measuring sword ruler. It was difficult to define the offensive and defensive functions of the sky-measuring sword ruler. Its core principle was that when the flying sword was shot out for a certain distance, it would activate its swordsmanship and instantly become one with the sword, appearing at a point between the person and the flying sword. To put it simply, if the cultivator stood at midnight and shot the flying sword out to a distance of 1,000 feet to activate this skill, then the cultivator and the flying sword would appear at any point within the distance of 1,000 feet. Under normal circumstances, in the early stage of cultivation, the meeting point would be closer to the cultivator, which was between 0 and 50 feet. In the later stage, the meeting point would be closer to the flying sword, which was between 50 and 1,000 feet. It could be used as an escape method. In theory, as long as the flying sword was continuously shot out, the cultivator could constantly measure the distance. In terms of speed, the flying sword was much faster than the cultivator, but the disadvantage was that it consumed a lot of Dharma power. It needed constant practice to be proficient. It could also be used as a close-range skill, but it was relatively rare. In the foundation establishment stage, the cultivator could measure the position of the flying sword. Generally, the maximum distance was 60 to 70%. In other words, when the flying sword flew to a distance of 1,000 feet, the cultivator could activate his swordsmanship and measure it 60 to 70 feet. It was almost like teleportation. However, any further, the body and spirit of the foundation establishment stage could not bear the huge pulling force when the man and the sword became one. When a swordsman fought with his opponent, he would usually stay at the edge of the maximum attacking range of the flying sword. This was the characteristic of a swordsman. The closer he was to his opponent, the more powerful his swordsmanship would be. Therefore, a swordsman would not easily fight in a mid-range battle. They were in the optimal state of distance, between the farthest distance and the closest distance. Such a battle habit was awkward for the sky-measuring sword ruler. If you fought with your opponent at a distance of 2,000 feet and used the sky-measuring sword ruler, the distance would be shortened to 800 feet. You would not be able to reach your opponent with your sword and the flying sword would be awkward. However, this was not the main reason why it was not popular. The main reason was that every time a foundation establishment cultivator became one with the sword, they often had to spend a few breaths of time to recover from the dizziness due to their awkward spiritual power cultivation. This was very fatal for a cultivator in battle. If the opponent was alert enough, these few breaths of time would be enough to take your life. Therefore, although the sky-measuring sword ruler could be used in the foundation establishment stage, no one dared to use it. Only in the Jindan stage, when the cultivator's spirit and spirit were substantially improved, could they control the loss of consciousness after teleportation within a few seconds. Only then did the sky-measuring sword ruler become useful in battle. However, a Jindan swordsman had countless other choices and might not necessarily choose the sky-measuring sword ruler. Therefore, the sky-measuring sword ruler was a very unique swordsmanship that was suitable for both escape and close combat, but very few people were interested in it. However, these fatal weaknesses did not exist for Lu Xiaoyi. The range of his flying sword was extremely long because of the existence of the sword spirit. When he confronted his opponent at a distance of 2,000 feet, he could completely release his flying sword to a distance of 3,000 feet and then suddenly close the distance. Because of his strong spiritual power, his loss of consciousness and dizziness would be much shorter than that of ordinary people. If he practiced more, it could be a very practical swordsmanship. In fact, there was a swordsmanship with the same nature in the inner sword, called shadow sword attachment, which had the same effect. Unfortunately, It required the cooperation of the sword pill. Lu Xiaoyi did not have a sword pill, only the 4 seasons. It was not known whether the cooperation between him and the sword spirit of the 4 seasons could achieve a satisfactory result. The secret swordsmanship Lu Xiaoyi chose was mostly unpopular. This was not surprising because he had a relatively unique concept of swordsmanship and a relatively unique experience of drifting in the universe. When he chose the Big Dipper scripture, which was very popular in the Orthodox Taoist sect but was very rare in the sword vein, it meant that his next choice would be different. The Big Dipper scripture was not suitable for a swordsman because they did not have the mentality of a Taoist cultivator to explore the secrets of the starry sky. This kind of swordsmanship, at least in the early stage of cultivation, was not suitable for a swordsman who paid attention to explosive power. This was a difference in direction and was very difficult to coordinate. Chapter 236. Lu Xiaoyi chose to reserve the last spot. His current knowledge was still somewhat lacking, and he needed to constantly interact with people to slowly discover his own shortcomings. Only then would he be able to find a way to deal with them. There were still 10 years before he could obtain a new quota. It was still too early. He also didn't ask when the competition between the inner and outer swords would begin. It seemed like this matter wasn't fixed in Shenyuan either. For a cultivator, the most important thing was to have one's own rhythm. One couldn't sharpen one's spear at the last minute just because the competition was about to begin. This wasn't in line with the rules of cultivation. Right now, he didn't have anywhere to go. The only people he was familiar with, cigarette box and ashtray, had also gone out on a mission together. When he first left, they had even asked him about his intentions. Now, in such a large dome, there wasn't even a single person to talk to. 3 months later, a sword order came from the Ascension Hall, requesting him to gather. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. This was an involuntary cultivation. When he arrived at the Ascension Hall, under the guidance of a senior brother, he walked to the highest point of the 1,000 Virtues Peak. Sword Qi rushed to the soaring heaven pavilion. This was the core of the outer swords, and all the affairs of the sect from the Yuanying and below were handled here. In the dome, there was another sect with the same function, the Chaotic Thunder Palace. Although the Thunder Palace was more powerful, in terms of the number of cultivators under their jurisdiction, the Soaring Heaven Pavilion was more than 10 streets ahead of the Thunder Palace. Foundation establishment cultivators weren't directly managed by the Soaring Heaven Pavilion. Instead, they were assigned to a branch of the Ascension Hall. However, in this competition with the inner swords, the Ascension Hall didn't have the qualifications to interfere. Instead, it was directly arranged by the outer swordsman of the Soaring Heaven Pavilion. In terms of status, don't look at the position of the Ascension Hall's palace master. In reality, his position in the sect might not even be as high as that of the Soaring Heaven Pavilion's deacon. The reason was simple. The Ascension Hall only dealt with the various foundation establishment chores in the dome. Its palace master and vice palace master were mostly old and incompetent people. What mattered was loyalty and ability. On the other hand, the cultivators of the Soaring Heaven Pavilion had to deal with the outside world all year round. In terms of ability, combat strength was often the most important. They were not allowed to enter through the main entrance. This was what that senior martial brother had told them over and over again. Only cultivators of the Jindan realm and above were allowed to enter through the main entrance. This was not discrimination, but rather the fact that there were tens of thousands of cultivators who had reached the foundation establishment realm. If there were no rules, sooner or later, the threshold of the Soaring Heaven Pavilion would be ground down. It was a side door behind the Sword Qi rushing Heaven Pavilion's enormous building complex. On the door, there were 2 intersecting swords. The symbol was so clear that he was not afraid that he would not be able to find it. The door was closed. Maybe it was because Lu Xiaoyi was the last to arrive, or maybe he was too slow, so he was the last to arrive. Pushing open the door and entering was obviously impolite, and probing with divine sense was just asking for trouble in the sky-rising tower that was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. So, he obediently knocked on the door. The door opened. There was no one in sight, only a faint voice. Sword Chi Soaring Heaven Pavilion is an important place. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Whose disciple are you? Which cave residence? What brings you here? Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. With his cultivation, age, time, and place, what else could he possibly be here for? He said he was here to look for little miss. Could he? This disciple is cigarette butt. I was summoned by Meng Denglin Hall to gather here. I don't know the details. A divine sense swept over him. You're the first person to come to Thousand Elegance Peak's sky-rising tower to use Daoist escape techniques instead of flying on sword. With the characteristics of your escape technique, you don't have the valiant bearing and imposing manner of a swordsman, yet you still dare to participate in the internal and external sword competition. I'm afraid you're just someone who doesn't dare to leave the mountain and is relying on this to get by, right? Lu Xiaoyi thought, you're really smart. He respectfully asked, may I know which martial uncle senior is? In the Shenyuan sword faction, swordsmen had to answer each other's questions out of courtesy, regardless of seniority. So, although the voice was somewhat unwilling, it still snorted. Ji Yu Huang. Lu Xiaoyi immediately answered. It's hard to explain why I'm here. It's not entirely voluntary. If Martial Uncle Ji Yu Huang thinks I'm not qualified, I'll just go back. He turned around and was about to leave when he was suddenly stopped by an inexplicable force. Stop. You want to push the blame to me? You want to go back and enjoy yourself? I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice, and the bridges I've crossed are longer than the roads you've walked. You want to show off your cleverness here? Go in obediently. If you dare to have any thoughts, I'll beat you up. Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly as he walked in. He thought, couldn't you have made way earlier? Why did you talk so much nonsense, making it seem like I was being nosy? There weren't many twists and turns inside. There were 2 forks on the left and right, each leading to a side hall. He heard voices on the left, so he walked in. There were dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators standing solemnly inside. He hurriedly walked to the back and quietly stood there, his heart trembling. Shenyuan sword faction was truly filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He didn't even need to use his divine sense to feel that the cultivators around him had deep cultivations and surging magic power. None of them were inferior to him, as expected. He had always mingled in the outer cultivator circle and had never come into contact with the local and old sects. Now, it seemed that they were truly formidable. They stood out one by one, full of energy and imposing manner. He really couldn't compare to them. He immediately clamped his tail between his legs again. It seemed that his strategy was correct. When he went out 7 years ago, he encountered a few soft persimmons, which was why he was able to kill 4 people in a row. If he encountered cultivators of this level, how could he kill 4 people in a row? A Jin Dan above was calling out names according to the roster. He couldn't be blamed for using such a primitive method. There were simply too many external sword foundation establishment cultivators. There were tens of thousands of them, and it was impossible to recognize all of them. Moreover, Jin Dan didn't come into contact with them all the time in the Ascension Hall. Instead, he spent most of his time in the core sword aura rushing to the Heavens Pavilion. How could he have the opportunity to come into contact with these low-level foundation establishment cultivators? The roll call was quick and without hesitation until a voice shouted, "Cigarette butt." 2 voices answered at the same time. They were Lu Xiaoyi and another female cultivator. Dozens of pairs of eyes immediately swept over. Lu Xiaoyi remained calm. Was this woman crazy? How could she joke in this kind of situation? However, the female cultivator's face was filled with anger. Her phoenix-like eyes widened as she glared fiercely at the last person to come in and cause trouble. She had a pitilessly beautiful face and a bit of an icy fairy. She was famous among the domed Foundation establishment female swordsmen. Hailing from her hometown, the Azure Sky Great World, she usually had many suitors. However, she focused on cultivation and never paid any attention to them. Who knew that this guy would openly flirt in such a serious situation to show that he stood out from the crowd? He was courting death. However, no one moved or even uttered a word. This was because Martial Uncle Jin Dan was here. The host, Jin Dan, frowned. In truth, he wasn't too sure either. He was usually busy running around outside and had only returned for a few years. How could he know these little fellows? Carefully examining the jade slip in his hand, he saw that it was clearly written on it, "Smoker, female, entered the sect for 30 years. Hails from the Azure Sky Great World's northern region." Thus, his eyes narrowed as he stared at the troublemaker. "Who are you? Why are you here to cause trouble? If you don't tell me the truth, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave the rushing to the Heavens Pavilion today." Chapter 237. Lu Xiaoyi was somewhat flustered. No matter how thick-skinned he was, with so many pairs of eyes staring at him and Jin Dan and Swordsman's extremely invasive gaze, he knew that now was not the time for jokes and nonsense. He hurriedly explained, "Disciple Cigarette, but I've received orders from the Ascension Hall to participate in the confrontation between the inner and outer swords at Soaring Heaven Pavilion. Martial Uncle said that I'm causing trouble. Why do you think so?" Jin Dan only needed to use his divine sense to roughly estimate his age. Thinking about the side hall next to him, he understood. At the same time, he used his divine sense to send a message to his junior martial brother near the side hall. "Junior martial brother Jiu Chi, is there a disciple called Cigarette but in your name list?" Junior martial brother Jiu Chi was very surprised. "There is. Moreover, this brat dared to disobey orders and delay coming. I'll have the Ascension Hall bring him here later and punish him properly." Senior martial brother Yun Xiao, "You." Senior martial brother Yun Xiao laughed. "No need to punish him. This brat came to me in a daze and even answered my call." Senior martial brother Yun Xiao had finished communicating with his junior martial brother and did not say much. "Cigarette butt, right? What I said just now was you Chuo, not the head, not the butt of the cigarette, do you understand? You've only been in the sect for 10 years. You should go to the younger group next door, not here." The dozens of cultivators all had smiles in their eyes. Was he getting fierce? He still hadn't recovered from his shock. Lu Xiaoyi completely understood. He had worked so hard and felt that his cultivation had increased rapidly. Even if he couldn't take the top spot, he couldn't be at the bottom, right? So this was the level of foundation establishment for 20 to 50 years. Looking at it this way, it was normal for his cultivation to be inferior to others. His star system cultivation method would become stronger in the future, but it hadn't completely revealed itself yet. It was really embarrassing. But thick-skinned people naturally had their own methods. If he covered his face and left now, he would really lose face. If he could use something to cover it up. Thus, he clasped his hands towards Jin Dan and said, "Disciple Meng Rong, this is my first time here and I'm not familiar with the terrain. My knowledge is limited and I'm in a hurry. I'm sorry to have disturbed martial uncle." Yun Xiao nodded. Although this person was a little muddle-headed, these small cultivators were indeed unfamiliar with many of Xuanyuan's internal rules. Moreover, they had limited friends, so mistakes like this were excusable. There was no need to fuss over minor matters. Xuanyuan's power and influence did not need to be used on these meaningless family members. Lu Xiaoyi turned to the crowd and bowed deeply. "Sorry for the delay." Finally, he turned to the female cultivator who had the same name as him. "Senior apprentice Sister Kwong, it's not my fault for having the same name, but I sincerely apologize for offending you today. When I have the chance, I'll definitely treat you to a meal. If senior sister doesn't like my Dharma name, you can ask the sect to change it for me. I don't mind." Lu Xiaoyi swaggered off. Yun Xiao was very satisfied with this attitude of his. He was not afraid of making a mistake, but he was afraid of losing his mind after making a mistake. Swordsman needed a kind of indifferent attitude. Lu Xiaoyi finally made the right choice this time. What he did not expect was that everyone in the side hall was waiting for him, all of them looking like they were waiting to see a joke. Once again, the awkwardness arose. The host, Jin Dan, said, "I've heard that swordsmanship can be practiced by skipping grades, but I've never heard that age can be skip. Cigarette butt, right? Actually, in Xuanyuan's external swordsmanship, High-level cultivators cannot challenge lower-level cultivators, but low-level cultivators can challenge higher-level cultivators. If you're really so confident in yourself, I can actually arrange for you to be with senior apprentice brother Yun Xiao. Lu Xiaoyi bowed again. I'm very sorry for wasting everyone's time, but this is the first time I've come to Soaring Sky Hall, so I'm very unfamiliar with it. When I entered, I was scolded by Martial Uncle Jiyu Huang at the door, so I'm a bit confused, so. Jiyu Qi was just joking, but he did not expect this guy to directly push the blame to Jiyu Huang. He was also a slippery person. Now that everyone was here, the roll call was over, and they could begin. This time, the internal and external swordsmanship competition will be divided into 2 levels. The first level is the elementary level cultivators who have been building their foundation for 10 to 20 years, which is mine. The second level is the intermediate level cultivators who have been building their foundation for 20 to 50 years, which is senior apprentice brother Yun Xiao next door. Above that level, cultivators have already been fixed in all aspects, whether it's cultivation methods or sword skills. They have experience, many friends, and a wide range of knowledge, so there's no point in competing. Only you have the possibility of changing. Looking at the crowd, he said, the 23 people who came today are all the best among your peers. At least, that's what you think. Whether or not it's true, we'll have to see your performance in the sparring match. It's good to have confidence, it's the foundation of a swordsman, but you know, because of history, we have never won against the internal swordsman. This is a fact, and we admit it. But it doesn't mean that we'll be willing to be like this forever. The fact that you're standing here is proof of this. At the very least, you have more courage than others to face failure. I'm proud of you. These were repetitive words. Those who went outside still had to face the danger of death. Don't think that the sect is deliberately making things difficult for you. I'll tell you the truth, in the previous competitions, the internal and external swordsman competitions have always been one-sided. The internal swordsman likes to ignore them, but we, the external swordsman, chase after them. Why? Swordsmen can only truly grow through continuous failure, setbacks, and even death. They have to face all kinds of enemies, above the 5th ring, in the universe, and finally grow. Which one of them was born in a cave? At the very least, you won't die in a challenge against the internal swordsman, but other than death, we won't stop any danger, even harm. Our goal is to let you understand your own shortcomings in the competition, to reconsider your direction, and to plan your own system. Because you've only been cultivating for a short time, there's still time to change everything. Like those who have built their foundation 50 years ago, how can they have the time to change? Any system must be tested through actual combat. Now it's the internal swordsman, and in the future it'll be the other orthodoxies of the 5th ring. This isn't something you can decide on a whim. You have to understand the sect's painstaking efforts. This is all for your growth. Then, you still have a chance to withdraw. If you say it now, I won't blame you. How could this be? Among the cultivators present, most of them were from the 5th ring's main domain and their hometown, Qing Kong. They were all die-hard swordsman members, and no one was more determined than them in terms of wisdom. Was it okay to withdraw now? It was just a well-intentioned lie, and at the very least, they would be kicked out of the mission. They might even be labeled as cowards and be abandoned by the sect. They couldn't listen to such words. Lu Xiaoyi was still wondering why this was as tragic as a suicide squad. Was there a need to compete with fellow sect members? He didn't expect to be called out by Jiyu Qi in the next moment. Cigarette butt, are you withdrawing? Chapter 238. Lu Xiaoyi's heart was filled with hatred. What had he done? Why was everyone targeting him? Jiyu Huang was like this when he entered, Yun Xiao was like this, and now Jiyu Qi was like this too. Did they think he was easy to bully and treated him as a negative example? He could only blame himself for being careless and walking into the wrong door, but he couldn't say anything now. This disciple came the latest, but that doesn't mean I'll be the first to leave. Martial uncle, don't worry. Jiyu Qi nodded with satisfaction. He wasn't targeting the cigarette butt, but since he was late, no matter what the reason was, It shouldn't be a problem to use words to beat him, right? Being late was also a problem, and he couldn't be spoiled. 23 people. You will enter Xuanyuan's famous 9 palaces realm along with 31 of your seniors. Your opponents will only be 19 inner swordsmen. Among them, there are 10 inner swordsmen from 10 to 20 years old and 9 from 20 to 50 years old. It's not that they're unequal, but they really can't gather the same number of people. The 9 spirit ancestor of the 9 palace realm will arrange your battles according to your entry years. In other words, the only opponents for the 23 of you will be the 10 inner sword cultivators who have been in the foundation establishment for less than 20 years. This is completely random, and everything will be arranged by Zhu Lingjun. 10 of you are destined to meet the inner swordsman, and the other 13 will also fight against each other in pairs. There's no need to worry. You can do whatever you want. You can use any method, any trump card. Only by killing each other will you be able to truly train yourselves. A cultivator asked, "Kill each other? Don't you need to hold back? What if you injure the inner swordsman or our outer swordsman? Will we be punished by the sect?" Ji Yuqi snorted. "Do you know who Zhu Lingjun is? He's an existence that has lived longer than Xuanyuan's history. Do you know how high his realm is? Although I don't know, in Xuanyuan's sword sect, even a perfected ancestor has to be respectful to him. It's your fortune to be able to train in the 9 palaces realm. In another space, with human cultivators controlling the battle, there will be some restrictions, and you won't be able to display your full strength. Only in this place, even if you completely let go, Zhu Lingjun will still pull you out at the last moment. Not to mention just a few dozen of you, even if a few hundred people went in, there would not be a single accident in tens of thousands of years. This was the best opportunity for actual combat training, and only a very small number of people could enjoy it. It happens once every few decades. Do you think it's a common occurrence? When you grow up, you will know that a lot of old foundation establishment cultivators, including Jin Dan, can't enter the world of 9 palaces to practice battle. However, the sect has given all of this to you newbies without any reservations. Think carefully about the expectations you have. Another voice said weakly, "Could it be that we're mixed up with those swordsmen who have more than 20 years of experience?" Ji Yuqi glared at him coldly. That cultivator felt that his question was too childish. He could even control the life and death of every battle. How could this incredible ancestor Zhu Ling make such a mistake? Thus, he lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything. Ji Yuqi continued, "In principle, each of you will encounter a few inner swordsmen. The more you encounter, the more battles you will have, and the greater the help you will have. However, if you have a mental breakdown, Zhu Lingjun will send you out of the world of 9 palaces until your willpower reaches its limit. The judgment will be made by a Yuanying martial uncle and Zhu Lingjun. It will not only be based on victory and defeat, but also on other things, such as willpower, tactics, unyielding spirit, and so on. This will be the final judgment, and you will not be wronged." The rules were more or less clear. In a word, once you entered, you would be killed. Anyway, Ancestor Zhu Lingjun was there to back them up. However, what kind of place was the world of 9 palaces? Everyone was confused. Was it a space with countless arenas? Or was everyone mixed together? No one asked in detail. Once they entered, they would naturally understand. It was useless to say more. Since everyone understood, Ji Yuqi led 23 people out. Immediately after, Yun Xiao led 31 senior brothers and appeared in front of them, including the female cultivator called Yang Chen. Lu Xiaoyi greeted them from afar, but they didn't even look at him. Lu Xiaoyi was a very sunny young man and was a little handsome. However, in the swordsman community, super handsome cultivators were all sought after. His appearance didn't have any advantage at all. Moreover, cultivators valued strength above all, especially in the sword vein. Even if you looked like a ghost, as long as you were strong enough, you would still be pursued by a large number of people. Yun Xiao and Ji Yuqi took the lead and flew. The cultivators behind them followed one after another. Without exception, they all used the sword control technique. Lu Xiaoyi wasn't familiar with the sword control technique. He also rarely practiced it, so it wasn't obvious during normal times. However, when it came to group activities like this, when dozens of people were using the sword control technique, it would be ridiculous if you used the celestial escape technique. Therefore, he could only use the sword control technique. He wasn't the kind of person who had to be a maverick. He knew the benefits of following the crowd. Unfortunately, the sword control technique wasn't good enough. Yun Xiao and Jiu Qi had already suppressed their speed to a very low level, fully considering the limitations of a 10-year foundation establishment cultivator's ability. However, even with such a basic sword control technique, that cigarette butt was having a hard time keeping up. It made people speechless. The entire group of sword control techniques was divided into 3 groups. The 2 Jindan leaders, the large group of swordsmen in the middle formed a neat and orderly formation, and then, the last group far behind, Yun Xiao and Jiu Qi didn't say anything. In fact, they were quite critical of the way the outer sword sect was chosen. It was too casual and too perfunctory. In their opinion, this kind of rare opportunity should have been selected from the outer sword sect in advance, leaving the opportunity for the most outstanding disciples. It shouldn't have been purely voluntary like this, and then a few strange things had sneaked in. In history, there had been many outer swordsmen who had mentioned this to the sect's higher-ups, but they had never received a reply. When they occasionally communicated with their own teachers, they would ask about the reason. There were only a few reasons. A large-scale selection could easily cause disharmony within the outer sword sect. Moreover, some swordsmen didn't wish to grow in the competition with the inner sword sect. They were more willing to go out and meet the elites of other orthodoxies. The most important thing was that when high-level cultivators considered problems, they would often mix in some things related to fate. In their words, sometimes, the strange things that were mixed in might not necessarily not become pillars in the future. They had to leave some leeway for the will of the heavens. Only then would there be changes and miracles. Therefore, they could only endure. Endure a 10-year foundation establishment idiot who didn't even know how to use the sword control technique. Finally, they arrived at a gentle slope at the foot of Wangguang Peak. Here, a huge wild beast's head was facing the sky. An inner sword Yuanying had already led 19 inner sword disciples to wait solemnly. On these inner sword disciples, there wasn't any killing intent like the outer sword sect disciples. Instead, they stood in an ordinary and relaxed manner, revealing a disregard that made the outer swordsman feel ashamed. This was a psychological advantage that had been settled down for tens of thousands of years. Yun Xiao and Jiu Qi came forward and respectfully bowed to the inner sword Yuanying. That Yuanying waved his hand. "You're all here? Then let's begin. There's no need for those complicated formalities. Let's fight early and leave early. Ancestor Zhu Ling is the one who can't stand procrastination." Yun Xiao was very embarrassed. "Martial uncle, wait. There's still one behind us." Hearing this, the inner swordsman looked towards the horizon. A sword light gathered its strength and flew awkwardly towards them. The sword control technique wasn't coherent. It was intermittent, as if it was cramping. All of the inner swordsman sighed. Competing with the outer swordsman was becoming more and more boring. It was so boring that even this kind of trash dared to come here to fill the numbers. Chapter 239. In the end, Lu Xiaoyi didn't embarrass himself. He wasn't the least bit ashamed of being late. If he really changed his escape technique, most of the people here might not be able to keep up with his star escape. This young master was just teasing you. However, his good mood disappeared without a trace after a breath. This was because he discovered 2 people among the 19 inner sword cultivators. One of them had a pair of phoenix eyes. Who else could it be other than the infant mother, Gong Xiaodai? The other one was dressed in hemp clothes. When he looked over, that person also looked at him with a friendly smile, as if they were old friend. However, they didn't know each other. The reason they were so close was because they had something in common. Daoist Master Yuanying was experienced and knowledgeable. He wasn't the least bit affected by this surprise. He pointed at the huge beast head. "Everyone, go in." Without any hesitation, The Foundation establishment cultivators entered one after another. Daoist Master Yuanying sat cross-legged on the ground and focused his mind. His divine sense followed closely into the Nine Palaces realm. Yun Xiao and Jiyu Huang looked at each other and felt an itch in their hearts. They knew this Daoist Master Inner Sword. He held an idle position in the Thunder Palace and had some friendship with their master. In fact, in the Shenyuan Sword School, the difference between the inner and outer swords wasn't as big as imagined. A mountain couldn't have two tigers, unless one was male and the other was female. Since the outer swords had already lost the strength and courage to resist, there was no need to fight over one master and one follower. Especially the higher the realm of cultivators, the more peaceful they were. Once they reached a certain position, many things could be seen clearly. Seeing the two Jindan coming over, the Daoist master smiled. You too, do you also want to see the situation inside? Don't worry, nothing will happen. Yun Xiao respectfully handed a cigarette to the old Daoist master and lit it. Martial Uncle Ben Cao, this is the first time we're in charge of this task. We didn't have any opportunities when we were young and haven't entered the Nine Palaces realm. Why don't you show some mercy and manifest yourself so that the juniors can broaden their horizons? The old Daoist master took a puff of his cigarette. Fine, I'll let you two broaden your horizons for the sake of your master. However, your master has a box of good cigarettes. Think of a few for me when we're in the scenery. As he spoke, he took out an object and connected it with his divine sense. Light and shadow floated, and a space was projected in the void. There are dozens of battles in the Nine Palaces realm at the same time. Speaking of which, the Nine Spirits ancestor and us human cultivators are in charge together. In fact, in terms of spiritual power, how can humans do it? In any case, my Yuanying won't work. Only true monarchs can do it. But how could the Supremes have the time to watch ants fight? Actually, it's not just the true monarchs. Even I, and all of you, are starting to feel sleepy from watching it, right? Zhu Lingjun was in charge of everything in the realm of the Nine Palaces. He was in charge of everything, arranging the matchups, controlling life and death, and judging the results. He was in charge of everything. I was just there to assist him. Zhu Lingjun can control all the battles, but I can only see part of it due to the limitations of my cultivation level. Now that I've shown it to you, there's only a small space. As for who you can see, whether it's exciting or not, that's up to the heavens. The two of them were quite lucky. Soon, two cultivators appeared in this space. One of them was a female cultivator, the outer sword cultivator, and the other was an inner swordsman in hemp clothes and a hat. When Jiyu Huang saw them, he cursed inwardly. His face was outstanding and was immediately noticed by the old Daoist master. Even Yun Xiao, who was beside him, felt it. It wasn't that he wasn't shrewd, but because he saw the two people beside him as his closest friends, he didn't hide it. What's wrong with you being so flustered? The old Daoist master was straightforward. Jiyu Huang was a bit hesitant, but in the end, he couldn't hide it. It's like this. This Kuan cultivator, Yang Cheng, came from the left Jew's clear sky. His opponent, the inner sword cultivator, Yang Yun, also came from the clear sky. Perhaps they had some personal relationships when they came to the Five Rings. Yes, it's the things between men and women. When they came to the Five Rings, the inner and outer swords were divided into inner and outer swords. Yang Yun felt that he had some capital and thought that he was the one blessed by the heavens. He came to the Thousand Virtues Peak several times to pester her, but who knew that this female cultivator was stubborn and refused him even more. Because of hatred, Yang Yun once said that one day, he would teach this female cultivator a lesson. When they were arguing, I happened to be at the Thousand Virtues Peak, so I knew about it. Martial uncle, you see, with this layer of karma, I'm afraid that there will be emotions involved in the competition. Do you think you should tell Zhu Lingjun not to let them meet? The old Daoist master shook his head. I can't agree to your request. It's not that I'm taking advantage of my seniority, but there are 3 reasons. First, is Zhu Lingjun someone I can tell to move? Not to mention me, even if Martial Uncle True Lord came, he would also be defeated. Second, Cultivators have to adapt to different battle situations. When you go out and meet other cultivators who can't beat you, do you also have to make such a request? Third, since there's a reason, you have to solve it, not delay it or avoid it. The sooner you solve it, the better. If you don't solve it now, are you going to wait until this little bit of enmity accumulates before you solve it? Fourth, in your eyes, is my internal sword lineage so unbearable? Are all of you unreasonable because of your strength? I don't believe that Yang Yun doesn't even have this little bit of magnanimity. Can he turn love into hate like a mortal? Let them fight, we'll just watch. Ji Yuqi was speechless. Martial uncle, that's 4 reasons. Since the old Daoist master insisted, with their strength and status, they naturally couldn't say anything more. If they did, it wouldn't end well. The old Daoist master was very confident in his internal sword lineage's disciples. In terms of strength, there was nothing to say. However, in terms of character, which group could guarantee that they were all open-minded people? Learning the sword could increase one's combat strength, make them more iron-blooded, more passionate, and more courageous. However, it couldn't change a person's fundamental character. There were narrow-minded, selfish people everywhere. They would use this as a pretext to make a fuss and seek revenge for the smallest grievance. There were such people in the Supreme Sect, the 3 Pure Ones, the Temple of Buddha, and even Shenyuan. There were external swords, but why wasn't there an internal sword? An internal swordsman was a sword pill, not a person's character. However, these words couldn't be said to the old Daoist master, unless they were external sword immortals. This was the cruel reality of the cultivation world. In the image, 2 cultivators were rapidly approaching each other. Needless to say, Yang Yun was an internal sword cultivator and an external sword cultivator. Since when did she need to hide and be careful? What was rare was Yang Chen. Although she was a female cultivator, her sonorous aura wasn't any weaker than a man's. She also faced them face to face. As a woman, she was able to occupy a place among the new external sword cultivators. Naturally, she had her own uniqueness. Her aptitude, talent, diligence, and luck were not lacking in any of these. In particular, she was good at carving sword formations. She displayed the meticulousness of a woman to the fullest. For example, she knew that she couldn't hide her strength when fighting with an internal sword cultivator. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste if she was defeated before she could display her true strength? Therefore, 3 flying swords flew out simultaneously. 2 were level 8 flying swords and 1 was level 9 flying sword. Among the cultivators who had joined the external sword sect for less than 50 years, this was already an extremely rare achievement. For a moment, the sword light whistled and the sword shadows were chaotic. The 2 swordsmen, one from the internal sword cultivator and the other from the external sword cultivator, brazenly attacked each other. Within 10 breaths, they were evenly matched. They were evenly matched. Chapter 240. The old spiritual master praised, "This girl is amazing. It's a pity that she is not an inner sword, otherwise she would be a heroine. It's a pity that she can't hold on for long. After 10 breaths, we will know the result." Smoky Puppet's strategy was right, but also wrong. What was right was the method. When fighting with an inner sword, one had to use all their strength at the first moment. They could not use the strategy of attacking later. Otherwise, once they lost the initiative, they would not be able to recover. What was wrong was the strength. Because the external flying sword was a weapon with form and substance, it would consume a lot more magic power than the internal flying sword. This kind of situation could only be reduced infinitely after the flying sword produced a sword spirit. But now, it was very fatal. The outer sword could not maintain this intensity of output. If one could not control the enemy during the explosion, the enemy would take advantage of the moment when they were weak. This was a double-edged sword. It depended on one's choice. Now that 10 breaths had passed, Smoky Puppet did not control the opponent. She should slowly stop and find a decent and acceptable way to admit defeat. However, they thought that the old spiritual master's 10 breaths agreement was too much. In their opinion, Smoky Puppet could at least hold on for 10 breaths. In the end, they did not understand the inner swordsman as well as the inner sword spiritual master. Smoky Puppet's character was strong. She did not leave herself any leeway. She would rather collapse than retreat and beg for mercy. This might be her character, or she might want to express something, but Smoky Puppet did not care anymore. With his strength and status, he had a lot of choices for female Daoist companions. For example, he had taken a fancy to the new Smoky Puppet, Mu Kaling, and he was making progress. However, he had a domineering character, and he couldn't tolerate someone openly refusing him. Especially under the gazes of everyone, he didn't care about whether he could become Dao companions with this woman who failed to appreciate his kindness. He cared about the fact that she actually dared to slap him in public and make him lose face. Therefore, he could see that this was the woman's final madness. But he wanted to break her in her final madness. He wanted her to understand the difference between the inner and outer sword. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The flying sword's attack speed was even faster. It was so fast that Smoky Puppet, who had already run out of oil, could not block it. Finally, a flying sword pierced through Smoky Puppet's leg. This was intentional. Because if he pierced his heart and head, the Nine Palaces world spirit would automatically determine the outcome of the battle, and he would not be able to carry out his revenge. Piercing the leg was a minor injury. In the cultivation world, such an injury wouldn't affect one's battle. Yang Chang didn't say anything. She had no strength to use her flying sword again, but she still had a sword in her hand. With disheveled hair, the woman wielded her sword and charged towards Yang Yun. In the eyes of the two Jin Dan, this was no different from seeking death. Close combat was a planned and purposeful tactic when one's magic power and spirit were abundant, but it wasn't meant to be used like this. She couldn't even get a foot closer to him. As for Yang Yun, she maintained a distance of 200 zhong and cruelly swung her sword again and again. Even after she blocked a portion of the flying swords with her sword, there were still flying swords that found a gap and pierced through her legs and hands, until she could no longer hold the sword in her hand steadily. I admit defeat. Beg me. Yang Yun did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. He always believed that a woman was a woman. There was no need to mix too much emotions with her. I won't ask you to become my Dao companion. I won't accept a crazy woman like you, but you have to apologize. Beg me. I'll give you a quick death. From now on, we'll cut off all ties and have nothing to do with each other. Yang Chang's hair was disheveled and she looked miserable, but she still didn't say a word. Even without her sword, she still had her teeth. She still charged forward without a care, allowing the sharp flying swords to pierce through unimportant parts of her body. A cultivator's body was very tough. Without attacking their vital points, it was impossible to kill them in one strike. But because of this, she had to endure even more, even crueler injuries. Was this the result of the external sword sending his own disciple here to train? Yun Xiao could no longer bear it. Martial uncle, this is too much. Jiu Qi was also indignant. Martial uncle, I'm willing to submit this scene to Thunder Palace. Let Thunder Palace master give an explanation. The old Daoist was furious. Shut up. I don't know that I've done this before. I really like this girl's personality. I've been contacting Zhu Lingjun since the first time he pierced her leg. But Zhu Lingjun ignored me. What the hell is going on? This has never happened before. Why did he ignore me? Why didn't he stop? The old Daoist was still yelling. If he wasn't facing an existence that far surpassed him in both cultivation level and age, he would have long spewed out obscenities. It wasn't his first time hosting the internal and external sword duels, and he had some friendship with Zhu Lingjun. Zhu Lingjun always gave him face when he spoke, but he didn't know why it didn't work this time. He was still trying his best to communicate with his divine sense, but the light projection that showed the situation inside suddenly shattered, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. The two Jindan beside him were even more dissatisfied. What? You don't even want to show us the scene of our external sword being tortured to death. Are you going to torture us to the end? Before they could voice out their complaints, the old Daoist master suddenly sat down on the ground and said blankly, It's over. Something's happened. Yuan Xiao's heart trembled. Martial uncle, what's wrong? What happened? Could it be that our external swords Yang Chang, she? The old Daoist shook his head. What can happen to her? I've already contacted Zhu Lingjun, and he has already ended the duel. Your female swordsman is recovering in the Nine Palace realm. She's fine. The two Jin Dan didn't believe it. How can it end just because you said so? Why did you cut off the image at the crucial moment and not show it to us? However, due to their status, they didn't dare to be rash in front of the inner sword Daoist. Jiu Qi asked, since it's over, what's the problem you mentioned? The old Daoist was very confused. Something happened to Zhu Lingjun. It said that its cultivation suddenly ran out and it could no longer share the inside information of the realm of Nine Palaces with me. From now on, everything in the realm of Nine Palaces will be run by it. No, I have to send this news to the Thunder Palace. The old Daoist turned to leave, but turned back after a few steps. Regarding Yang Yun's torture of her fellow external sword disciples, it was mixed with personal grudges, and her conduct was improper. I will report this to the Thunder Palace, and you will be the witnesses. I'm telling you now because I want to tell you that the inner sword sect will never be selfish. The old Daoist ran very quickly. At this moment, the two Jindan finally understood that something had really happened in the Nine Palace realm. After all, he was a Daoist, and wouldn't deliberately deceive them. It was also strange. It had been peaceful for tens of thousands of years, but just because the two of them were in charge, something happened. They were only Jindan cultivators, and their level was limited, so they didn't know much. They really didn't understand what the old Daoist meant by something big. Was it just that they couldn't watch? They couldn't participate? Or was it that in the Nine Palace realm, Zhu Lingjun could no longer protect the cultivators' lives? Or was the space of the Nine Palace realm about to collapse, and no one could come out? This old man, he had lived for so long in vain. He couldn't even understand a sentence. Chapter 241. It was raining in the Nine Palaces realm. The rain was endless and pitter-patter. It had been raining ever since Lu Xiaoyi entered the realm. None of this could be seen from the image projected by the old Dao master. Only the cultivators could feel the boundless rain no matter where they were. Lu Xiaoyi hated rain. Back in his previous world, he was at the edge of the Gobi Desert and rarely saw rain. The dry air and wind made him feel much more comfortable than now. But he didn't mind. Was this some kind of simulated environment? It could rain, it could be windy, there could be thunder and lightning. Who knows? This was a very ordinary plain. The wind blew and the grass was low, and no cows or sheep could be seen. There were no mountains, no lakes, and no places to hide. Lu Xiaoyi, who was looking for cover the moment he entered, was very disappointed. But he didn't have the time to complain, because a wave of spiritual energy was rapidly moving towards the center of the realm. Seizing the center was the only way for a swordsman to gain the initiative. Forcing the opponent into a corner basically meant victory, because there wasn't enough space to maneuver around. Lu Xiaoyi saw that he had nowhere to hide, and knew that he had to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Seeing that the distance between the two was about 200 feet, he sighed and shot out the Four Seasons sword from the sword sheath. The control of shooting range and distance was the essence of a swordsman's battle. A swordsman who didn't know how to control the distance of the battle wasn't a successful swordsman. At their current stage, everyone had only been in the sect for 10 years. The shooting range of their flying swords was very limited. For example, Yang Yun's maximum controllable shooting range was 250 feet. Thus, he would try his best to control the battle distance at 250 feet. It was impossible for him to attack at 250 feet. Because both parties were moving, he would be out of the shooting range if he moved a little further. Yang Yun had reached the foundation establishment stage several decades ago. Of course, she was not someone Lu Xiaoyi's current opponent could compare with. His current opponent's controllable shooting range was only about 170 meters, so the battle distance should be about 200 meters. 7 years ago, when Lu Xiaoyi launched a sneak attack, His controllable shooting range had exceeded 400 meters. This was the terrifying aspect of a sword spirit. Of course, he wouldn't casually reveal his true strength to others. He had to hide something. That was why he made his move at a distance of 200 feet. It was precisely when his opponent was feeling uncomfortable that the flying sword couldn't reach him. Therefore, he had no choice but to rush forward with all his might in an attempt to close the distance. However, there was a problem here. The inner sword was best at using the sword manipulation technique, but it was impossible to use the sword manipulation technique while in the sword manipulation technique. It had to be switched to the normal sword manipulation technique to be able to use the flying sword. This caused him to fall into a strange cycle. When his opponent's flying sword approached, he had to switch to his normal state to defend himself with his flying sword. But once he lost his flying sword state, he was unable to close the distance between him and his opponent. Take a beating and defend until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble. There was a huge difference between the outer sword and the inner sword. The inner swordsman relied on the sword ball in his Niwen palace. It used his mana to remove the sword chi and shoot it out. It was as if his head was equipped with a machine gun, shooting non-stop. The inner sword's flying sword was more like a sword-shaped chi aura. Therefore, it was invisible and intangible. Once it was shot out, it would be a consumable. It could be shot out again after it ran out. Therefore, it was completely unafraid of the opponent's filth. The only problem was that every time the flying sword was shot out, there was a process of it rushing out from the Niwen palace and reaching the opponent. The outer sword's flying sword was more similar to the understanding of mortals. It was real and tangible. Once it flew out, it didn't need to return to the sword box. Instead, it would hover around the opponent's left and right, looking for an opportunity to stab. Therefore, although it wasn't as fast as the inner sword's flying sword, it was closer to the opponent. Therefore, it was hard to say who would be the first to stab the opponent. Lu Xiaoyi, on the other hand, was calm and unruffled. His initiative came from two key choices. The star escape technique, which was not the sword control technique, could guarantee that he could attack without any worries under any circumstances. The spirit of the four seasons greatly increased the range of his attack. It was like using a rifle to fight a pistol. His opponent's passivity also came from two aspects. First, apart from the sword control technique, there was no other combat escape technique that could be used. Therefore, although the sword control technique was very cool, it was useless in battle. Second, the normal range of the flying sword was abnormal. When a pistol met a rifle, there was no way to explain things clearly. Right now, the only thing that could support this unlucky inner sword was that the opponent's long-distance sword control would greatly consume his magic power and spirit. As long as he could hold on until that moment, he would be able to get back at him. What he didn't know was that, because of the sword spirit, Lu Xiaoyi's originally very strong magic power and spirit had suffered very little damage. It was completely enough to support him for a very long time. Lu Xiaoyi's only problem was that the four seasons attack power was not enough. Because there were too few layers in the sword formation, only a mere 5 layers, and because the fusion between him and the sword spirit of the four seasons was far from perfect. Therefore, even though they had the upper hand and were only attacking without taking any hits, they were still unable to turn their advantage into victory. This made him immediately understand where his shortcomings were, and this was also the direction that he had to work hard in the future. As for how to defeat his opponent, he could only use some tricks. In war, tricks were the way to go. It was the same for fighters. Lu Xiaoyi was very talented in this aspect. He didn't know where this ability came from, but as long as he was in a battle, it was as if he could remember countless injuries. For example, right now, he knew that his opponent would definitely be waiting for his magic power and spirit to be depleted rapidly, and then start a counterattack. As a person who never cared about fighting fair and square, of course he would follow his opponent's script. The attack power of the four seasons was getting weaker and weaker, and the attack frequency was getting lower and lower. It was so weak that the inner swordsman thought that his defensive skills were enough to withstand the four seasons attack without being seriously injured. It was no wonder that he was anxious. As an inner swordsman, He couldn't bear to be constantly rubbed against by an outer swordsman. Fortunately, this was the world of 9 palaces and not the outside world. Otherwise, in front of so many elders, he might even commit suicide to apologize. The glorious tradition was a source of motivation, a source of confidence, but it was also a source of pressure, a source of anxiety. He was certain that his opponent was about to exhaust his strength. Not only had the pressure on the 4 seasons been reduced to less than half of what it was at its peak, his cunning opponent was still retreating without leaving a trace. He had originally maintained a distance of 200 feet, but now it was 220 feet. Although the change was small, it was enough to accurately express his opponent's weakness. Therefore, he took advantage of the time difference between his opponent's flying sword and abruptly activated the shadow sword possession. He didn't care about his opponent's flying sword behind him and rushed forward. The shadow sword possession was an internal sword technique that almost every swordsman would practice. It was said that it was the specialty of one of the best swordsmen in Shenyuan when he was in the foundation establishment stage. It was the upgraded version of the sword manipulation technique, the best choice for instantly closing in. At the same time when he activated the shadow sword possession, Lu Xiaoyi commanded in his mind, and the 4 seasons exploded with more power than normal, shooting towards him. At the same time, he didn't retreat, but advanced instead. Aren't you just trying to get closer and start releasing your flying sword? I'll help you, once I'm close enough, let's just fight in close combat. Chapter 242. Lu Xiaoyi was using 2 moves at once. Either the 4 seasons pierced him from the back, or he cut him from the front. The only difference was how far the inner sword's follower sword could travel. If he got close, he would be pierced. If he got too far, he would be cut. If he stuck his head out, he would be cut, no matter if he retracted his head. The answer was that the follower sword had not been trained to perfection, so he was pierced. In the next moment, Lu Xiaoyi appeared in front of him with a sword in his hand. What he saw was the inner sword's unwilling and ashamed eyes. Cut me. This was the inner sword's last shout. He could not imagine how he would face his fellow disciples after he left the realm of 9 palaces. He had embarrassed the inner sword sect. Is it that embarrassing to lose to me? Lu Xiaoyi laughed, but in the next moment, he could not laugh anymore. Because the 4 seasons pierced right through his chest, he did not know if his heart was cut in 2. At this moment, fear overcame his fright. Wasn't there still the 9th ancestor? Why didn't he come out when he was about to die? How could he survive in Shenyuan if he had to bear the crime of killing a fellow disciple? In his panic, he did not hold back his words. 9th ancestor, come out and save him. You're trying to take his life. I'm going to report you to the soaring sky palace. He had to get rid of this. In the most central space of the world of 9 palaces, a fatty with black and white fur was crying his heart out. Tears gushed out of his eyes like 2 small fountains. Because of his identity as a realm spirit, his emotions affected the emotions of the entire realm of 9 palaces, so it was raining non-stop. He had been waiting here for tens of thousands of years. Since his master left, he had nowhere else to go except in the 5th ring. Where else could he go? It didn't know how to fight, and it didn't dare to compete with others. Its master had left it with countless troubles and enemies when he was alive. He patted his butt and left, leaving it here to suffer. Thus, it resumed its old business of providing a place for the disciples of the sect to compete. This was only its most basic ability. It originally had many other abilities, but it didn't say anything. It just assumed that it had forgotten. Over the past 10,000 years, it had truly returned to the state that a world spirit should have after being disheartened for 10,000 years. It was careless, dawdling, eating and sleeping and eating. It would only occasionally wake up to do a bit of proper business. It was also careless and perfunctory. When a person's heart was gone, they would be like a walking corpse. When a realm spirit's heart was gone, this was a space without life. Just like that, it had slept in a half-awake state for tens of thousands of years. It had once remained motionless and was even scolded by its master for being unimaginably stupid. Yet, just like that, it had coincided with the great Tao of realm spirits. It had slept from Yuanying to true monarch. All the great cultivators on the dome were very polite to it. They were really polite, not fake politeness, because of its former owner. Thus, even though they knew that it was slacking off here, no one said half a word. It was just slacking off. It didn't cause trouble, and it didn't want to get involved. This was its attitude towards life. Because in its long life as a world spirit, all the trouble was caused by that bastard of a master. It only knew how to clean up the mess, and it was the kind that couldn't be cleaned up properly. When its master was still around, it would complain every day that it was always in endless troubles and strange dangers. But now, it was completely peaceful. It thought that this was the life it had been looking forward to, but reality told it that a life without a heart was even more difficult to endure. This time, it was originally a routine that happened once in a few decades. The reason why Shen Yuan couldn't determine a time was because he couldn't be sure when it would wake up. In fact, even if it woke up, it would be in a daze. It would have a head full of anger when it woke up. For this kind of small foundation establishment battle, it could already control it at will 20,000 years ago, not to mention that it had become a true monarch 20,000 years later. Until that little fellow walked in. Trashy cultivation, trashy smile, trashy name. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in its mind, and as if all the ice and snow on the dome had poured into its heart. It smelled a familiar aura. It was an aura that it would never forget. Thus, it knew that after waiting for tens of thousands of years, trouble had come back. It couldn't control itself, even if it was now a true monarch. Therefore, the battles in the entire Nine Palaces realm seemed a little disorderly, including the battle with Yang Yun. The human-perfected person outside ran to report in a panic. In fact, how could there be a problem in the Nine Palaces realm? The problem was that its heart was in a mess. Its heart was in a mess because it wanted to find the answer. Was it you? Did you go too far last time? Did you start over? It was a boundary spirit, not a human, so it wouldn't use the systematic and rigorous things of humans. It relied more on its own instinct. The instincts of a true monarch boundary spirit. It couldn't understand the system of humans, and humans couldn't understand its instinct. After repeated probing and verification, the result was a mixture of worry and joy. The bad news was that this was definitely not its master. Even if its consciousness had not been completely released for the time being and most of its things were sealed, it knew that this was not its master. The good news was that this was something very close to its master. How close was it? Aju had to admit sourly that it was even closer than Aju. Aju was an old man who had started following its master when he was in the Foundation establishment realm. They had more than 8,000 years of experience together. It couldn't compare to this guy. It had a guess, but it couldn't be sure. How did this guy run out at that time? Then, after tens of thousands of years, it returned to Shen Yuan. Its master often scolded it for being stupid, but it didn't think so. It was a little stupid because it was too lazy to think. With its master around, what was the use of thinking? If it was wrong, it would be scolded. If it was right, its master would be jealous and it would be beaten up. It might as well not think. But now, it was alone. When it started to think, it actually had a lot of things to think about. It was sure that this guy didn't know anything now. Therefore, there was no point in communicating with him now. Aju was a true monarch. It was no longer the impatient little Foundation establishment realm spirit. During this process, it understood a lot of principles. Not only were they related to itself, but they were also related to human cultivation. It knew that the best way for humans to awaken was to awaken naturally. It shouldn't be nagging in his ear in advance. Therefore, it was best not to appear in front of him now and tell him, "Hey, I'm your long-lost brother, Aju." But this didn't mean that it couldn't do anything. There were too many things it could do. Especially before this guy really grew up. It had already thought it through. Regardless of its previous life, in this life, this kid had to call it Brother Ju. It had to. It just let its imagination run wild. As for what changes would happen on the battlefield, it wasn't within its consideration at all. Would the battle be dangerous? It didn't exist. Back then, when its master was invincible in the universe, Agiu was in charge of logistics, and this kid was in charge of fighting. Even if it was a piece of rotten wood, it had more or less learned a little. How could an ordinary person resist it? As expected. That poor little inner sword was so messed up that it couldn't even return it. It was so depressed that it died. Haha, the inner sword had changed to an outer sword. When its master came back, it would see how he would beat its little butt. It wasn't until that kid shouted into the air that Agiu realized its duty. But wasn't this kid too rude? What did he call it? Old Jew? Was this how a Foundation establishment realm addressed a true monarch? And he even called himself lousy. Although they had reunited after a long time, Agiu felt that in order to not let him be too presumptuous, it still had to give him a show of strength. Chapter 243. Before Lu Xiaoyi could shout a second time, a ray of clear light descended and wrapped around the body of the inner sword that was rapidly losing life force. The technique was miraculous, and the injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a solemn voice rang out in the air, "The inner sword Smoky Sword is severely injured and defeated. You can choose whether you want to fight after you recover. The outer sword Smoky Sword is ruthless and merciless. This is a warning, there will be no next time." Lu Xiaoyi was depressed when he heard this. What the hell, wasn't he supposed to kill by hook or by crook? Wasn't he supposed to train his abilities if he didn't kill for real? Why did Martial Uncle Jin Dan and Zhu Lingjuan's attitudes seem to be different? Then, who should he listen to? He cupped his hands in the air and did not ask any questions. He thought that a big shot like Zhu Lingjuan would not tell an ant like him everything. He would just do as he was told. The spiritual energy in the air changed and gradually condensed into a spiritual jade. This was the reward for the winner of the World of Nine Palaces battle. The value of this spiritual jade was very high. It was equivalent to 100 top-grade spiritual stones on the market, but no one was willing to exchange it for it. Everyone was more inclined to use it to replenish their spiritual energy during battle. It was purer, faster, and had no impurities. The more it was so, the more valuable the spiritual jade was. It had already far exceeded the value of the spiritual energy it contained. Lu Xiaoyi carefully kept the spiritual jade in his ring. He was in a good mood. Even though he was not overly greedy for resources, he was intoxicated by the feeling of having money in his pocket. Furthermore, he had fought so hard for it. He had to admit that if it was so easy to earn money, he would not mind a few more battles. The inner swordsman who was at the same level as him was indestructible in the eyes of the outer swordsman. The inner swordsman who was invincible was just SOSO in his eyes. The light rain did not stop. This made Lu Xiaoyi very confused. Why did Zhu Lingjuan like the rain so much? In the World of Nine Palaces, there was a certain amount of time to rest after the battle. According to Martial Uncle Jin Dan's introduction, the World of Nine Palaces didn't belong to the Shenyuan clan alone. Instead, it was divided into 5 clans. Every time they entered the World of Nine Palaces, the 5 clans would enter the World of Nine Palaces. That was the true battle of life and death. However, this was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Later on, an amazing person appeared in Shenyuan and unified the 5 families' rights to enter the Nine Palace world. Since then, the Nine Palace world became Xuanyuan's own training ground. The other sects were not willing to enter because everyone knew that the Nine Palace world spirit leaned towards Shenyuan. If they rashly sent people in, it was impossible to guarantee absolute fairness. Lu Xiaoyi also did not lose much of his mana and spirit. He was now considering whether he should be ruthless if he were to meet an external sword disciple in the next round. He still wanted to keep a low profile. In his opinion, if an internal swordsman lost, he might not spread the news because he would lose face. However, if an external swordsman lost, he would definitely spread the news of his abilities. This was not good. He was very clear that the rafters that stuck out would rot first. With his current strength, he could not withstand the wind and rain for no reason. Even if he were to leave the World of Nine Palaces, he might not be safe. The danger came from the glimpse he had before he entered the world of 9 palaces. At that time, he saw 2 familiar faces. Needless to say, they were from the same realm. The grudge came from the moment he lost control of his body. He wanted to grab something to stabilize his body, but it was too slippery. The problem with the tobacco pipe was not dangerous. The real danger came from the other familiar face. Or rather, it could not be considered a familiar face because they had never met before. One was in the distant Third Star region, the other was in the even more distant Azure Sky Big World. However, when they came to the 5th ring, they were familiar faces. This was because there was something in their minds. Something of fate. In the world of 9 palaces, they could not meet it. This was because their ages were different. Lu Xiaoyi was 10 to 20 years old, while the internal swordsman was 20 to 50 years old. They could not pee into the same pot. However, when they left the world of 9 palaces, everything would be different. He had a feeling that this person would definitely come to him. He would seek to merge the 2 fates. What if he did not agree? What would happen? Would it be a duel to the death? It was very likely. Shenyuan did not stop disciples from dueling as long as you had a suitable reason. How could a big melting pot of tens of thousands of people treat each other respectfully and not have any dirty thoughts? The way to solve this would be very swordsman. It would be obvious who would be standing and who would be lying down. Regarding this, he did not have a suitable solution. Should he tell his secret to the sect and hope that the sect would stand up for him? He believed that the sect would stand up for him. However, this was not the way of a swordsman. It was not even the way of a man. This kind of thing could not be discussed with anyone. He had secretly made up his mind. After leaving the world of 9 palaces, he would strive to train hard for 10 years to raise his strength to another level. Then, he would go out and travel to lure the internal sword out. Then, he would find a hidden place to settle this once and for all. He believed that just like how he did not want others to know his secret, the internal sword would not easily tell others his secret. Therefore, this was a fair fight. Perhaps from the internal sword's point of view, there was no suspense in the outcome. However, from his point of view, it was hard to say who would win. In order to do this, he had to make the internal sword careless. He could not perform too well in the world of 9 palaces. This would bring a lot of trouble for no reason. This was his plan. After thinking about it, there did not seem to be any loopholes. Time passed by in his anxious mood. He did not realize that the spiritual vigor around him had almost reached its peak. Or rather, he realized it but thought that this was the normal state of the world of 9 palaces. Every small space was like this. This was not right. He did not know which lazy realm spirit was unwilling to waste precious spiritual vigor on these small fries. The spiritual vigor level inside and outside the world of 9 palaces was almost the same, except for the spiritual vigor around him. It was much stronger than those cultivators who were recovering from serious injuries. Of course, he did not know that a certain fatty with mixed fur was stomping his feet and cursing angrily. This thing did not know how to appreciate favors. After receiving benefits from Ju Yi, he did not even thank him. Sooner or later, he would teach him a lesson. Ajiu's stingy character was just like it was tens of thousands of years ago. The time had come. The world of 9 palaces had been turned over. Under Ajiu's control, it was impossible for there to be a buy. Its current policy was to end the battle quickly and send these guys away. It still had things to do. Since it was selfish, it naturally could not be a completely random match. At least, it had to choose a person's opponent. I'll pick an interesting opponent for you. I want to see if you can learn from boss's skills. Ajiu laughed foolishly. It felt that this situation was really interesting. In the future, when that kid awakened, it could proudly say, "The happiness of your lower body was all obtained by me." Thus, Lu Xiaoyi suddenly realized that a graceful figure had appeared in his line of sight. He had seen this figure in the mountains for a few months. Chapter 244. It was Yang Dai, also known as Gong Xiao Dai, the mother of the smoking pouch. She was an old acquaintance. Of course, he couldn't attack her right away. He still knew the basic courtesy to a lady. Therefore, he greeted her from a distance and couldn't get too close. It was troublesome when a woman went crazy. Junior sister Yang Dai. I haven't seen you for many years, and I miss you very much. It's fate that we meet in the world of 9 palaces today. Why don't we sit down and talk about our recent situation? Isn't it fun? Who's the senior brother and who's the junior sister? We'll only know after we fight. Cigarette, but don't tell me you've forgotten what you've done. Yang Dai spoke slowly, but her body was moving at a constant speed without any sign of stopping. Lu Xiaoyi knew that this was her way of getting close to him. She was afraid that she would scare him away if she showed too much eagerness at the beginning. Therefore, he retreated and kept a distance of 2,000 feet from her. Let's talk nicely. Junior sister, don't shout and kill as soon as you come. You and I are from the same world, and in the entire 3 lower realms, there are only the 2 of us in Shenyuan. We were born from the same root, so why are you so anxious to kill each other? After saying that, Yang Dai didn't speak again. She only focused on getting close to him. However, if she didn't use the sword controlling technique, how could she get close to Lu Xiaoyi with the help of the star attraction technique with an ordinary technique? A funny scene appeared in the space. Lu Xiaoyi was chattering non-stop while dealing with her in a carefree manner. After Yang Dai circled around in the space a few times, she finally understood that this guy wasn't willing to take the initiative to fight the enemy. If she continued to chase him like this, she wouldn't be able to get any results even if the competition ended. Therefore, she shook her body and turned into a ray of light. She activated the sword controlling technique, and her speed instantly doubled. She was fast, but Lu Xiaoyi was even faster. His star attraction technique seemed to have an extra boost in a place like the world of 9 palaces. This wasn't because of 9 palaces, but because of the structure of the world of 9 palaces. In fact, the space they were in was no longer within the range of the 5 rings. The realm of 9 palaces was also created by the cosmic desolate beast, so it was more like they were in the starry sky. Without the obstruction of the 5 rings thick atmosphere, Lu Xiaoyi's various star attribute cultivation methods and secret techniques had improved to varying degrees here. It was normal for Yang Dai to not be able to catch up with him. Not to mention her, even the last person who was slightly stronger than her was beaten up by Lu Xiaoyi. In a certain space, Ajiu shook her head as she watched. This brat was too useless. He was chased around by a mere Kuan cultivator. He didn't learn any of Boss's true teachings. His strength was not bad among cultivators in his realm, but he was far from the level where his boss had crushed him. The most important thing was that his temperament was too weak, and he wasn't ruthless enough. Yang Dai was depressed when she discovered that she didn't even have a chance to use the sword technique that she had been relying on. He couldn't keep up with the escape technique and the other party kept avoiding the battle. How was he going to fight this battle? Lu Xiaoyi really didn't know how to fight this battle. He knew very well that with this woman's narrow-mindedness, if he defeated her, he would only attract endless trouble and even hostility. Although he didn't care, in the end, they were from the same hometown and lived under the same sky as Shenyuan. It would be really troublesome if their relationship was too stiff. He didn't want to lose because this woman definitely wanted to stab him with her sword to vent her hatred. He was afraid of pain. He also couldn't quickly crush her. Although his escape technique was a level higher, he might not be much stronger if he really faced her with a flying sword. Therefore, other than running, there didn't seem to be any other effective method. He should have paid her a visit earlier and explained things clearly. At worst, he could have just let her catch him and bring him back. What was the big deal? It was awkward to meet up with such a strong victory, as if they were enemies. In fact, it was just a trivial matter. What was the big deal? Yang Dai's imperial sword technique was a little cautious at the beginning, but she gradually let go and finally went all out. Other than speed, she didn't consider anything else. She didn't consider whether the opponent would set a trap, whether he would suddenly counterattack, or whether he would suddenly attack. She only knew that this hateful guy had made up his mind not to fight back, so she unscrupulously used her speed to the extreme. There were even several times when she put herself in extremely dangerous situations, Aju was laughing so hard that she was swaying back and forth. Lu Xiaoyi was also having a hard time hiding below. If this was an open space, this crazy woman's actions would be completely meaningless. However, this was a closed space with a diameter of several thousand feet. Such a narrow space reduced the difference in speed between the two sides by a lot, especially when the crazy woman didn't care about anything else. Although he was very alert, it was very difficult to keep the distance between the two sides at more than 2,000 feet in this kind of situation. There were always accidents and sudden changes in direction. There were several times when he almost entered the range of her flying sword. This was more tiring than killing a person. Lu Xiaoyi lamented. He realized that he had made two mistakes. One was that he shouldn't have competed with her in speed and dodging. He should have subdued her in battle. The gentler kind. The second mistake was even more fatal. It was his endless explanation. He explained that he didn't do it on purpose. He explained that he never had second thoughts. He explained that he promised to stay far away from her in the future. He understood a little bit. Therefore, he took advantage of this crazy woman's exposed weakness again. This time, when the shape-shifting sword came after her, he didn't escape, but rushed back. Of course, this kind of situation wouldn't happen under normal circumstances. Yang Dai wasn't stupid enough to use this kind of close-range secret technique so rashly. However, it wasn't normal now. The serious fight had already degenerated into a farce of a female villager chasing after a male villager. Therefore, he had no scruples at all. By the time Yang Dai reacted, her opponent had already rushed in front of her. However, she was still in a state of rigidity after using the fatal technique. She could only look at this guy, her. He didn't wave his sword. He didn't even draw his sword. He just went around to her back, hugged her, and sealed her acupuncture points. His hands tightly held her body from behind, including her arms. A voice rang beside her ear. It was a little itchy. Stop fooling around. All right, I admit it. In the Tsong mountain range, I had bad intentions. I kept secretly watching you walk, sit in the car, and feed the baby. On the way to Chaoguang, I killed someone to replace you because you were already chosen by the fifth ring. When we finally landed at the fifth ring, I did want to grab you. I just wanted to help you up, but I couldn't control myself, so my hand slipped. I admit that I did it on purpose. Stop fooling around. This place is inexplicably dangerous. With an internal sword like you as my backer, it will be easier for me to survive outside in the future. If you have any inconveniences in the future, you can also look for me. Let's stop here and consider it a draw. The woman slowly stopped struggling and calmed down. However, she still didn't speak much. Let me go. Lu Xiaoyi didn't insist. Fine, you can't use this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He reached out and unsealed Yang Dai's acupuncture points. At the same time, he suddenly jumped back as fast as lightning. He only relaxed after jumping 200 feet away. Fortunately, the crazy woman didn't go crazy. Yang Dai stood in the air. She had a beautiful figure, and her daoist robe couldn't hide the fatal attraction she exuded. She smoothed her long hair and said softly, "If you have an idea, just say it. You shouldn't lie to me. However, I can't promise you now. In the fifth ring, cultivation is more important." Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but curse in his heart. What kind of person is this? I don't want to listen to the truth. I'm willing to listen to these boring flowery words. She's really sick. She's also a pervert. Chapter 245. P.S. Aju's character prototype is out. If it's convenient, please give it a like. Aju didn't have it easy either. Now that she had become a supreme, the spiritual opportunity was useless. She had to suck in monthly votes instead. In a certain space, the fatty with mixed hair curled its lips. This human was too complicated. It didn't know who was lying to whom, but it was a stingy person. A draw. Then how should the spiritual jade be divided? It was impossible to give both of them. Then it wouldn't give either of them. In any case, it felt that its previous boss had never relied on resources. Now that it was this kid, it should be the same, right? Boss once said that to achieve great things, one must first exhaust one's muscles and bones, starve one's skin, and exhaust one's body. This kid didn't feel any pressure when fighting against someone of this level. Ajiu was still very responsible. Although it was a little stingy, it was still very responsible if it didn't have spiritual opportunity. It came to the Dugong to train its ability. If the opponent's strength wasn't enough, this kind of training wouldn't achieve its goal. Therefore, it needed to arrange a few strong opponents for him. It looked at the 20 to 50-year-old inner swordsman. Among them, there was a fierce and brutal cultivator in hemp clothes and a hat. Well, it seemed to be someone called Yang Yun, passing smoke and clouds. Look at the name you gave. When it followed Boss, it spent a lot of time studying the names of the opponents who died at the hands of Boss. It found that many of them had names that were wrong, so this one, as for Xuanyuan's rule that cultivators couldn't challenge people of a higher level, it didn't care about it at all. Boss said that rules were meant to be broken. It only depended on whether the time was right or not. Lu Xiaoyi was a little disappointed that he didn't get the spiritual jade. But he couldn't say anything. This was his own choice. Yang Dai was cultivating in the distance. There was a little awkwardness between the two of them. There might have been some misunderstanding, but fortunately, the matter was finally resolved. With Yang Dai's charm, there would be many suitors in Shenyuan in the future. It had nothing to do with him. It was fine as long as they didn't become enemies. Lu Xiaoyi was a nostalgic person. They were companions who came out together. He couldn't cut off all the paths, right? Several hours later, he flipped through the realm again. When he thought of the next spiritual jade, he felt a little excited. However, he did not expect that someone was secretly framing him. Moreover, it was for his own good. On Wangguang Peak, the old Daoist master left in a hurry and returned in a hurry. Facing the two Jin Dan's expectant faces, the old Daoist master sighed. I've already contacted perfected monarch Le Feng. He asked Zhu Lingjun directly, so it shouldn't be a big deal. It's just that he can't appear, so outsiders can't use their divine senses to penetrate the Nine Palaces realm. However, everything in the world of Nine Palaces was still within Zhu Lingjuan's control. Nothing would go wrong. However, Zhu Lingjun didn't want to announce the results this time. He was alone, and we weren't there to help him. It was hard to say. Actually, results and whatnot aren't important. The main thing is that we have a platform to train everyone's abilities. As for who wins and who loses, we all know in our hearts. Those who are motivated will naturally know shame. It doesn't matter what you say. The two Jin Dan were speechless. What was going on? The great Zhu Lingjun, a realm spirit that had lived for tens of thousands of years, would actually make such a low-level mistake. Jiu Qi was somewhat suspicious. Martial uncle, if there's no one watching, nothing will happen inside, right? Could it be that Zhu Lingjun has his own ideas? At his cultivation level, his understanding of an existence like Zhu Lingjun was still superficial. Therefore, he didn't respect him too much in guessing. However, it was precisely because the ignorant were fearless that they were closer to the truth. The old Daoist master reprimanded, "Don't talk nonsense. What kind of existence is Zhu Lingjun? Anyone can do something harmful to Shenyuan, but it's impossible for him to do so. Jiu Qi, it's good that you're meticulous, but you can't make wild guesses. Be careful of your words." Yun Xiao hesitated. Martial uncle, our external sword, that Yang Cheng, the old Daoist master sighed. "Don't worry, she's fine." Zhu Lingjun said it himself. "I've already reported Yang Yun's actions to perfected monarch Le Feng. I reckon there will be punishment. After that, perfected monarch Le Feng may ask you to verify it. You must be mentally prepared." Yun Xiao and Jiu Qi bowed to the old Daoist master. It had to be said that these old Daoist masters really regarded both the internal and external swords as one. It was also because of the existence of this group of people that Shenyuan was able to remain united for tens of thousands of years, and didn't fall apart because of different cultivation directions. Jiu Qi's worries were gone, but his curiosity was still burning. "Martial uncle, does a situation like today happen often?" The old Daoist master shook his head. "I've lived for 900 years, and this is the first time such a situation has happened. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. Zhu Lingjun was able to perfectly control the realm of the Nine Palaces tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, he wasn't at his current level. It doesn't make sense that his ability would return now that his realm has increased. It's really puzzling." After thinking for a while, he sighed again. "Nothing will happen, right?" The two Jin Dan beside him also became nervous for no reason. This was a hilly area, and the overall size of the space was no different from before. It was as if in the realm of the Nine Palaces, every space was like a beehive, with the same size and specifications. The only difference was the specific environment, but there weren't any tall mountains or precipitous ridges, because this kind of space couldn't fit. Lu Xiaoyi flew forward leisurely, without a trace of pressure in his heart. This was the benefit of victory. He understood his opponent and understood himself, and this was how confidence was built little by little. When he saw the figure in the distance, his hair stood on end, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hemp clothes and a hat, flying over. What the F***ck, is this a mistake? His opponent was clearly at the level of foundation establishment for more than 20 years. How could he fight against a 10-year foundation establishment? But Lu Xiaoyi had a good point, and that was when something really happened, he didn't make a fuss, nor did he blame anyone. He was very clear that this wasn't something that could be solved by shouting a few words. Would an existence like Zhu Lingjun make a mistake? Impossible. So since it appeared, there must be an internal reason, and it wasn't something that could be changed by shouting a few words. Would this cultivator in hemp clothes and a hat give up on seizing his fate? Impossible. This was a heaven-sent opportunity, and only a fool would give it up. Similarly, it wasn't something that could be solved by begging for mercy, so he had no other choice but to fight. Since he had to fight, what was the point of wasting words? But just because he didn't want to waste words didn't mean that his opponent didn't want to waste words either. 500 feet away, the sword in hemp clothes stopped and spoke in a clear voice. "I am Yang Yun. According to seniority, you should call me senior brother. I wonder if junior brother is willing to reveal his Dharma name? P.S. Supporting Aju's character picture is out. Everyone, go and give it a like." Aju didn't have it easy. Now that he became a true monarch, he no longer needed to consume spirit machines. He now relied on monthly votes to grow. Lu Xiaoyi sucked in a breath, and his mood calmed down. Before a battle, all worries were thrown to the back of his mind. This was a good habit. Cigarette but greets senior brother. Yang Yun wasn't surprised by his laughable name at all, or it could be said that his attention wasn't on these details at all. And in an even more important place. "So, junior brother cigarette, but, I'll be honest. You and I shouldn't have met here, our ranks don't match. But since Zhu Lingjun arranged it this way, whether it was by chance or on purpose, I can only say that this is the will of the heavens. Don't blame me, this is something that I can't control. A man's wealth is his own ruin. Since we've met, settling it here is actually the best thing to do. At least compared to outside, junior brother's life won't be in danger." Chapter 246. This was a seemingly polite threat. What he meant was that because Zhu Lingjun was in the realm of 9 palaces, he could still keep his life if he obediently handed over the group of luck in his sea of consciousness. As for the repercussions of losing the group of luck, that was up to fate. If he still wanted to resist stubbornly here, even if he was lucky enough to succeed, he would not be able to avoid being hunted down when he got out. At that time, his life would not be up to him anymore. Even someone as rough as Aju could hear something unusual from it. She wondered if she had caused trouble with her arrangement. However, he did not want to change it for the time being. In the realm of 9 palaces, he was a god. No one could do anything to him. Who would win or lose, who would live or die, was up to him. Therefore, he had to take a clear look first. Lu Xiaoyi could of course understand. He also finally understood what the so-called senior and junior brother relationship was. In front of the fragments of fate, they were nothing. This also made him heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, when he made his move, his hands and feet would be tied. Now, things had become simple. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. Since senior brother wants something, I should not refuse. However, since we are in the realm of 9 palaces, you have to give me something to convince me, right? Otherwise, when I think about it later, I won't even struggle. I'm afraid I will lose my Dao heart. Yang Yun laughed disdainfully. I knew it. Do you know why your external sword is so weak? It's because your strength and confidence do not match. I've taught you for tens of thousands of years, but you still don't understand. Do you really think that just because you cultivate in the dome, you are all swordsmen? Without saying anything, he leaped forward. As expected of a swordsman who had built his foundation for decades, he was very experienced. He did not use the imperial sword technique. Instead, he used a special combat escape technique. It should belong to one of the 5 elements escape techniques, or more. The speed was very fast. In Lu Xiaoyi's eyes, it was not inferior to his starlight guidance. This was a real internal sword with a complete system. It was different from those rookies who had only cultivated for 10 years and most of their systems were not complete. With just this move, Lu Xiaoyi's escape technique, which had been advantageous in the previous battle, had lost its advantage. He was about to face a severe test. He also rushed forward. At the same time, the 4 seasons were unleashed. The swordsman's ability to snatch the center was a valuable experience that had been passed down for thousands of years. He hadn't snatched it before because there was a clear gap between his strength and his opponent's, and he could handle it with ease. Now, he was snatching it because he wasn't confident, so he couldn't lose the initiative, momentum, and position. Facing different opponents, one must know clearly what to do and what not to do. Lu Xiaoyi was very clear that he had to treat this battle as a blitzkrieg. There was a huge difference between 10 years of foundation establishment and dozens of years of foundation establishment. It was so big that he didn't have the qualifications to waste time with others. There was a huge difference in the thickness of his magic power, and a huge difference in the completeness of his system. As long as the battle dragged on for a little longer, he would undoubtedly lose. He didn't have enough means to achieve enough tactical changes, and he didn't have enough magic power to support the huge consumption of these changes. This was the reason why Shenyuan Sword School divided the foundation establishment into 3 levels. A 50-year-old foundation establishment cultivator could basically reach the late or peak of transcendence energy, while a 10-year-old foundation establishment cultivator like Lu Xiaoyi was just about to enter the middle stage. There was no comparison. Moreover, he didn't have enough time to delve into more sword techniques. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyi knew that he could only fight with all his might, and fight with all his might for tactical changes. If he failed, he could change the environment and escape. The distance between the two of them was 500 feet. When Yang Yun started to move, Lu Xiaoyi had already shot out his flying sword. Just this range alone was enough to give Yang Yun a fright. His maximum shooting range was only about 250 feet, and the combat distance was even shorter. Then, how did this foundation establishment rookie accomplish this? There were 2 possibilities. First, it was a bluff. Once an external flying sword left its sheath, it didn't need to be recalled. Therefore, some swordsmen liked to release their flying sword in advance to intimidate the opponent. They would first circle around and wait for the opponent to approach before slashing. Second, it was true that he had the strength, so this possibility wasn't big. However, just like how his 5 elements escape had surprised Lu Xiaoyi's flying sword had also exceeded his expectations. After the 4 seasons sword left its sheath, it didn't circle around at all. Instead, it slashed straight, causing Yang Yun's heart to sink. He knew that he had underestimated his opponent. How could someone who had the help of fate be ordinary? However, he was still confident. Confidence came from the fact that his internal sword had suppressed external swords for tens of thousands of years. His eyes were sharp, and his sword was fast. In front of the 4 seasons sword, he quickly shot out his flying sword to block it. Indeed, as he expected, his opponent's flying sword was far away, but its power was very limited. He only needed 4 or 5 flying swords to block his opponent's physical flying sword, and he was an internal sword expert who could slash 10 times in a breath. All of this happened in an instant. Lu Xiaoyi began to attack when he was less than 500 feet away. When the Four Seasons sword reached Yang Yun, the distance between them had already shrunk to 300 feet. When Yang Yun blocked the Four Seasons sword with his flying sword, the distance between them was already close to 200 feet. Yang Yun displayed the power of 10 swords in a breath. When he blocked his opponent's flying sword, the remaining 4 or 5 swords were already shooting towards Lu Xiaoyi. In his plan, this rookie should have another flying sword. Next, both sides would attack and defend against each other. At a distance of 200 feet, they would see who could defend more stably and attack more fiercely. He was confident that he could disrupt his opponent's rhythm within 10 breaths. However, his opponent didn't shoot out a second flying sword to defend. Instead, his opponent appeared in front of him in an instant and slashed down with a long sword. Lu Xiaoyi indeed had a second flying sword. However, it was the 10 strikes decisive city that hadn't been fully formed. Only 5 layers of the sword formation were engraved on it, so it couldn't display the power of the 10 strikes decisive city. Therefore, he wouldn't choose to exchange blows at a distance of 200 feet. His goal was that the Four Seasons sword was already far behind Yang Yun, so he could use the heaven measuring sword ruler. At the most crucial moment, he believed that he could get close to his opponent. Yang Yun was very surprised, but he didn't escape. His system was once the system of the greatest internal swordsman in Shenyuan. The core of this system was that he didn't fear close combat. His right hand flashed, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Then, he swung it upwards, and slashed at his opponent more than 10 times. Moreover, it was as if they had a tacit understanding of each other's minds. He used the soul-shaking stab technique, while his opponent used the soul-fighting technique. Almost in an instant, Lu Xiaoyi's trump cards were all used up. The Four Seasons sword ruler hadn't returned yet. The heaven measuring sword ruler, the sword in close combat, the soul-fighting technique, these were all he had. When they passed each other, the sword couldn't reach him. Both of them chose to release their flying swords at the most dangerous close combat. Releasing a flying sword at close combat was a swordsman's biggest taboo. Within a distance of less than 10 feet, it meant that both sides had no chance to dodge or block. Whoever's sword was faster would be the first to pierce through. Yang Yun didn't lack the courage to fight for his life. He also understood that if they were both internal swords, it would be hard to say who would pierce through who. However, if they were external swords, the formless internal flying sword would definitely be faster than the tangible external flying sword. Chapter 247. Lu Xiaoyi used the 10 swords decisive city. He had no other choice but to use his sword, and the Four Seasons sword was too late. All of his trump cards were used in an instant without any backup. This was the predicament of a 10-year foundation establishment cultivator. He knew that the inner flying sword was definitely faster than the outer flying sword, because it was formless and intangible, because it didn't need the outer flying sword, which needed a certain amount of time to activate. Even if the activation time was very short, it wouldn't be obvious when the flying sword was thousands of feet away. But the distance between them was less than 10 feet. Only then would they pass each other. With the sword in hand, he wouldn't be able to reach the other. The 10 swords pierced the chest and the inner flying sword attacked the brain. If there was a slow-motion replay, it would show that when Yang Yun's flying sword was about to pierce through Lu Xiaoyi's head, the 10 swords had only flown halfway. If everything went as expected, Lu Xiaoyi would instantly lose control of the flying sword after his head was penetrated. But the inertia would make the flying sword fly down. Then, the flying sword that had lost control would lose its sharpness under the opponent's physical skills. It would turn from a fatal blow to a small wound. Ajiu was a little hesitant. It had been hesitating its whole life, especially during a battle. This wasn't its area of expertise. If it interfered, things would become very simple. But it had already lost the meaning of training. It couldn't stay by this little guy's side forever. Outside of the Nine Palaces world, he wasn't as strong as the legends said. If it didn't interfere, there might be an irreparable accident. Even if it was a supreme-level boundary spirit, some injuries were irreparable. For example, the brain. It could mend the body, but it couldn't mend the mind. Therefore, in all the battles over the past 10,000 years, it would immediately stop any injuries to the head. But this time, its reaction was a little slow. Because it was hesitating, wavering between ensuring safety and believing in this kid's fighting talent. When the two sides were fighting at close range, this kind of hesitation was very fatal. Lu Xiaoyi didn't dodge. This wasn't gentlemanly, but in such a short distance, his reaction wasn't as fast as the flying sword. He only focused on Yang Yun's head. His Niwen Palace seemed to want to see through the opponent's skull and go deep inside to find the sword pill. He focused all of his spirit and willpower into his eyes. He was like an invincible king who was watching his subjects silently. In Yang Yun's perception, he had still struck out with his sword. It was no different from the tens of millions of times he had struck out with his sword. The sword spirit would never deceive him, but this time, it was truly different. The flying sword that the sword pill produced only looked like a flying sword in its normal state, but under his opponent's gaze, when the flying sword collided with his head, it was as though a beauty was fanning herself while her master was sleeping, bringing about a gentle breeze. It was slightly cool, and then dispersed in all directions. The next moment, Yang Yun felt a sharp pain in her chest. Although 10 strikes Ju only had 5 layers of sword formation, it was still a flying sword, not a kitchen knife. Even at such a short distance, it was still a fatal danger to cultivators. I actually lost. How did he lose? He was defeated by an accidental mistake that he had never made in the tens of thousands of sword strikes since he had his own sword pill. One mistake and he lost his life. Yang Yun couldn't understand. He didn't believe that his sword pill would take the initiative to make a mistake. His opponent must have used some method to affect his sword pill. But the sword pill was the purest killing weapon in the cultivation world of the universe. How could it be so easily affected by his opponent? If it could be affected, would it still be a sword pill? He saw with his own eyes that the little swordsman came to his side and took away his group of luck while he was weak. In his heart, it was as though the whole world, the whole universe, had abandoned him. A sense of brutality surged in his heart. He decided that when he got out of the Nine Palaces world, he would find a chance to kill him. He didn't need to find any excuses, and he didn't need to wait. He would directly challenge him to death. He believed that he could make a mistake once, but he wouldn't make a mistake twice. The Nine Palaces world wasn't the end. With Zhu Lingjun around, there would be no death. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to take away the luck of this cigarette butt, and he wouldn't have to bear the crime of harming his fellow disciples. It could be considered as giving this cigarette but a way out. But he didn't expect this person to be so unappreciative. Then he would use a real cultivator's method to solve this. Although he felt his life draining away, Yang Yun was still laughing coldly. He had already decided the life and death of this cigarette, but after they got out of the Nine Palaces world, he wasn't worried about any accidents. He had already checked the brush of this cigarette but clearly. It was the ability of a normal 10-year foundation building swordsman. There was nothing special about it, except that the flying sword had a long range. Just as he expected, a ray of clear light descended and enveloped him. He could feel his life force rapidly recovering. He could only smile as he looked at the little sword cultivator who had taken away his most precious item. The spiritual vigor in the space gathered and condensed into another spiritual jade, which was kept by the cigarette butt. He didn't care. He would let him return it the same way he got it. Then, light and shadow flashed. That was the characteristic of the realm crossing. This was a small accident. Theoretically, they still needed to stay in this space for a few more hours to recuperate or recover. The realm crossing this time was a little too fast. Their real battle only took a few dozen breaths, right? But it didn't matter. It didn't affect the overall situation. Yang Yun was not disappointed when he saw the cigarette but being flipped away. Don't worry, he had already lost interest in killing this person in the Nine Palaces world. What was the point of killing him? Everything would wait until they got out. As he thought, he felt the clear light surrounding him getting brighter and brighter. The spiritual vigor was getting denser and denser. This allowed his injuries to recover faster and faster. Zhu Lingjun was really a responsible elder. He was so dedicated to small foundation building cultivators like them. But he quickly stopped this thought. Because the spiritual vigor couldn't be stopped. It was getting denser and denser. It was no longer something a foundation building cultivator could bear. Spiritual vigor was a good thing, but it depended on the situation. If you suddenly gave a mortal a mouthful of spiritual vigor, it wasn't kindness, but poison. This was also the case for cultivators. Foundation establishment cultivators had a level they could accept. If you were to pour in the highest level of spirit essence, such as Jade Clarity or Violet Clarity spirit essence, then you would not be saving people, you would be killing them. Lingjun. I'm weak now. Yang Yun's shout was blocked by the spiritual vigor. As a foundation building cultivator, he had to bear the spiritual vigor that only a perfected cultivator could bear. The result could be imagined. In a certain space, the fatty with mixed fur was very distressed about the consumption of spiritual vigor. He saw a cloud of blood mist in the clear light. There was no sign of life, so he quickly retracted the spiritual vigor. This person couldn't be left alive. It would affect the little guy's growth. Although the little guy always had a way to get through difficulties, if it happened outside the Nine Palaces world, Ajiu would be powerless. As for the rules of Shenyuan, it had nothing to do with it. It wasn't here because of its loyalty to Shenyuan Sword School, but because of something else. After being with someone for a long time, it would naturally be assimilated. To Ajiu, there was no loyalty to any orthodoxy, and there was no sense of good or evil. In its cognitive sequence, it was a simple top-down list. Master, close person or spirit, swordsman, and others. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.